Good morning. Welcome to the 2020 International Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation. We will run this conference online because of COVID-19. I am Bum-Soon Park, professor at Graduate School of Science, Technology, and Policy here at KAIST. It is my great pleasure to moderate this morning session on promoting non-nuclear proliferation. First, let me introduce President Shin Sung-chul, who is the first KAIST alumni to become a president and a distinguished professor in physics as fellow of American Physical Society. Please join me in welcoming President Shin to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Professor Park. Hello, everyone. It is indeed my great pleasure to be with you at the International Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation 2020. On behalf of KAIST, I'd like to welcome all of you attending this conference today. I'm deeply grateful to those of you who are making the special efforts to attend this conference offline or online around the world. Your participation in this challenging time is truly appreciated. Especially, I'd like to thank former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for his support for this conference. This year's conference is being co-hosted by the Institute of Foreign Affairs and the National Security of Korean National Diplomatic Academy. It is indeed a great privilege to work with such a prestigious organization. I also like to thank and congratulate Professor Im Man-sung and his team for making this conference possible. NERC, which is standing for Nuclear Non-Proliferation Education and Research Center at KAIST, has played a unique leadership role in both nuclear technology research and education for students from around the world. I just met many students around the world. And as a university-based center since 2014, I'm more than happy to see this conference has grown steadily, not only in the number of participants, but also in terms of influence. The conference has become an important international platform for discussing nuclear non-proliferation issues in relation to global use of nuclear power technology and nuclear safety issues of the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. One of the distinguished Chinese scholars attending this conference, I believe, once said, NERC represents a soft power of the Republic of Korea in nuclear matters. I wish we had the same in China. I hope he established the same thing in your country in the future. This statement deeply resonates with me, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the achievements and leadership of NERC up to this point. Dear participants, this global pandemic has reminded us which matters most is to ensure our safety as well as health. This crisis gives us a new opportunity to reflect upon ways to ensure healthy and green recovery from COVID-19. Nuclear technology, more than just technology. It is a fruit of most advanced science and technology. It also requires a high standard of policymaking and global cooperation to work alongside the technology. I look forward to NERC and this conference playing an important role in presenting very productive ideas on energy development and nuclear safety, given the concerns of global climate change and the threat of nuclear proliferation. While talking about our Institute of KAIST, KAIST has been a hub for fostering scientists who are committed to creating technological breakthroughs over the past half-century, and KAIST has been the economic growth engine that made Korea what it is today. KAIST has paved the way for advanced education and engineering of nuclear technology in Korea, our graduates have made a significant contribution to the global nuclear energy industry and will continue to do so. KAIST is constantly envisioning the ways to better serve the world by creating new knowledge and value that will benefit humanity, especially in celebration of our 50th anniversary in 2021. NRELIC's relentless effort toward the world peace and prosperity through advocating sustainable nuclear technology development and perfectly aligned with the KAIST new vision to better serve the world. We'll continue to make every effort to help the world become a better place. I wish you a very fruitful and successful conference coming for 3 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, President Shin. Next is someone who doesn't need any introduction. It is indeed great pleasure and privilege for us to invite former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who is currently Chairman of National Council on Climate and Air Quality. His welcoming congratulatory remarks is pre-recorded, but please welcome Chairman Ban to deliver his remarks.
Thank you for your warm introduction. Professor Song-cheol Shin, President of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. Man Sung-im, Director of the Nuclear Nonproliferation Education and Research Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to speak to you today on the occasion of the opening of the 2020 NEREC International Conference on Nuclear Nonproliferation, which is organized by the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. And it is my privilege to deliver congratulatory remarks at such a timely juncture for us all in the field of non-proliferation, but particularly young leaders like you. I take this opportunity in joining KAIST President Song-cheol Shin in extending my warm welcome to all of you. I'm very pleased to be here with you today, and I'm especially excited to see the incredible solidarity among so many enthusiastic young scholars from all over the world in gathering to address a serious global challenge, the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. In many ways, those who have assembled here today look like a mirror reflection of my 10 years serving as United Nations Secretary General and working to solve pressing international issues. However, of course, many of you here at this conference are much younger than me and my colleagues at the United Nations. From this, I can confidently tell you that the world is awaiting you all and your bright futures in this field. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in our increasingly interconnected and globalized world, I am of the view that localized issues are no longer bound to specific regions. Rather, they affect the international community as a whole. This is particularly true in relation to issues of nuclear proliferation and nuclear safety. Indeed, any nuclear proliferation or safety incidents to occur anywhere in the world would be a massive global issue. The outbreak of COVID-19 can also be seen as the most recent example of such phenomena. It started out in Wuhan, China in December 2019, and then rapidly spread out all over the world. and has since transformed into an unprecedented modern pandemic that has upended our economies, societies, and daily lives. The COVID-19 response is being handled by various experts in the field of public health, with some countries doing better than others in combating the virus. But even countries that have succeeded in containing the virus must remain on guard as fears of a second wave persist. Dealing with nuclear technology has always been similar to this. I'm reminded of the expression, I quote, "It ain't over till it's over," unquote. To quote the American baseball legend Yogi Berra. In this connection, the year 2020 marks the landmark 50th anniversary of NPT, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. However, the reality we face is still complicated, with the international community witnessing rising tensions between countries concerned and in various regions regarding nuclear arms control negotiations. In the West, the United States has withdrawn from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty between the United States and Russia. The current US administration has said this was necessary to counter China's growing arms development in the Pacific. In East Asia, the UN Security Council, as well as the United States and its allies, are imposing multiple economic sanctions on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to condemn its continuous development of nuclear weapons. In the Middle East, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, more commonly known as the Iran nuclear deal, is facing similar problems. The US withdrew from the deal, and the International Atomic Energy Agency reported in 2019 that Iran has accelerated its production of enriched uranium once again, which can be used to produce nuclear weapons as well as nuclear reactor fuel. As these briefly aforementioned examples show, many international conflicts regarding nuclear weapons still exist 50 years since the NPT entered into force. Indeed, these troubling situations do not seem too close to being resolved. Therefore, it is particularly critical for the experts to maintain their vigilance regarding the dangers of nuclear weapons, while simultaneously seeking responsible use of nuclear technology. In fact, such efforts are not only desirable to ensure a peaceful world, but also to help combat our cascading global climate crisis. Consider the fact that today there are 3 trillion tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is about 800 billion tons more than there were 200 years ago. As nuclear energy is proven to be the largest and the most efficient source of carbon-free energy, we should redouble our sustained endeavors to mitigate climate change through the safe use of nuclear technology, among others. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, benefiting from such distinguished scholars and passionate young future leaders from around the world, it is my great hope that this 2020 International Conference on nuclear non-proliferation becomes a leading source of valuable insights and inspiration this week and beyond. I'm confident that your active participation and collaboration at this important juncture of global uncertainty will bring positive changes as we collectively strive to forge guiding solutions on the issues of both nuclear technology and climate change. I once again warmly welcome you to Day-1 and offer my sincere congratulations on the occasion of the 2020 International Conference on Nuclear Non-Proliferation. I thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Steve Miller, who is Director of the Belfer Center's International Security Program at Harvard Kennedy School. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Professor Miller? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Nice to join you again. This is the third opportunity now that I've had to join the KAIST NERIC summer program. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to participate, even though we can't all be in the same room together. I see that you are social distancing. I have to say that I have you beat because I am actually thousands and thousands of miles away, so I'm very social distance. As I think I've mentioned before, I've participated every year in this workshop. It's something that I think is very worthwhile and that I value, and I really believe that those of you who are students in the summer program have a great blessing in your opportunity to join in this summer program. And I'm very proud and honored to have a part in it. So thanks to Monson Yim for creating this program and for including me in it. What I thought I would do is spend my time touching on one of the core issues that sort of haunts the nuclear non-proliferation community, and that is whether or not the non-proliferation regime is terminally ill. Or putting it differently, what is the future of the NPT system? And there are a variety of reasons why this is a question that needs some attention. First of all, we've seen the near total collapse of arms control in recent years. Article 6 of the NPT, that is the provision that calls for nuclear disarmament discussions and progress, has long been a source of contention, as I think we discussed the last time I spoke with you in the middle of July. So this is not a new subject. But in the past, arms control was making progress. There were new agreements. There was a gradual accumulation of a kind of architecture of arms control that increasingly constrained and governed the nuclear behavior, particularly of the two biggest nuclear armed states. Now that's almost all gone, almost all wiped away. And it didn't start with Trump, but Trump has accelerated it. His Excellency Ban Ki-moon has already mentioned the withdrawal from the International Nuclear Forces Agreement. He's already mentioned the American withdrawal from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran. More recently, the administration has withdrawn from the Open Skies Agreement. There's very, very little arms control left. And so on this issue of the dispute between the nuclear haves and the so-called nuclear have-nots, between the nuclear weapon states and the non-nuclear weapon states over disarmament, this appears to be the weakest record ever for the nuclear weapon states to defend. And the frustration of the world community is very evident in the fact that 122 member states of the United Nations backed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That is to say, while the nuclear weapon states are moving away from arms control, much of the world is devoted to banning nuclear weapons. And so there's a huge polarization on this issue, which looks problematic. In some ways, it's almost as if there are parallel universes in which the nuclear weapon states insist that nuclear weapons are essential, integral, valuable elements of their security policies, and much of the world insists that nuclear weapons are intolerable and need to be banned and prohibited by law. But we've also seen battles over Article 4 of the NPT, that is to say, access to civilian uses of nuclear technology. The nuclear suppliers have created an increasingly restrictive nuclear supply regime. They're trying to impose more and more restraints and burdens on non-nuclear weapon states in pursuit of nuclear technology. There's relentless pressure from the nuclear weapon states that the non-nuclear weapon states should be subjected to greater and greater demands for transparency in order to protect against proliferation risks. But this looks very hypocritical to the non-nuclear weapon states when countries like the United States essentially refuse any transparency directive against it, but is very demanding when it comes to intrusiveness toward others. And so when you add it all up, the politics of the non-proliferation system look very bruising, sometimes toxic, and you have a number of dissatisfied groups from various vantage points. And in the non-proliferation treaty system context, one grouping that plays an unusually significant role, a role that it plays almost nowhere else, is the non-aligned movement, which is very active in NPT politics, and very visible and very outspoken. The non-aligned movement consists of 125 member states and 25 observer states who are aligned with the non-aligned. So 150 of the 193 members of the UN system are members of the non-aligned movement. And the non-aligned movement has been a regular critic of the NPT and a very aggressive player in the every 5 years NPT review conferences. As you may remember, under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the treaty is to be reviewed every 5 years, and were it not for the pandemic, we would have had an NPT review conference this spring. It's been postponed to early next year. So the non-aligned movement is very unhappy. That's a large fraction of the membership, both of the UN and of the NPT. The Arab League has been chronically unhappy. In fact, it has probably been the most outspokenly dissatisfied grouping within the NPT system. And the reason, obviously, is that Israel has never signed the NPT, remains outside the NPT system, and as a result is both unscrutinized. No one inspects or oversees or applies safeguards to Israel. And in addition, Israel is unconstrained because it has assumed no legal obligations to forsake nuclear technology or to give up nuclear weapons or whatever. And so there's a chronic dissatisfaction on the part of the Arab League, which comes up every time there's preparations for an NPT review conference and every time there is an NPT review conference. And the Arab League countries have tried for decades to get this particular issue of nuclear weapons in the Middle East on the non-proliferation agenda and to raise the level of that issue on the agenda, and have called since 1995 for a conference sponsored by the UN/NPT system to address nuclear weapons in the Middle East, which really means, of course, Israel's nuclear weapons. And it has yet to happen. And so this is very, very frustrating for the Arab League. But from the other side, there's a lot of critics within the Western community, and particularly among American hawks, who basically say the NPT regime is flawed, it's inadequate, it's ineffective at dealing with serious non-proliferation problems, it's bad at catching cheaters. When cheaters are caught, it's ineffective at dealing with cheaters. We, of course, have two cases, North Korea and Iran, both of which have dragged on not only for years, but for decades without effective resolution. And critics in the United States will say, well, this shows you how hopeless the NPT regime is, that these countries can be bad guys for 2 decades, and no one can really do anything effective about it. And then even within the non-proliferation expert community, one finds a lot of dissatisfaction because, like every treaty regime, the NPT reflects a series of bargains and compromises and so on. And what that means is that it has imperfections. And these imperfections are almost impossible to address because the NPT has so many member states and because it operates on a consensus basis. And so there are those who argue that the regime across time has been revealed to be too flawed. So the point I'm getting to here as a starting point is there are both an array of issues that produce a lot of friction within the NPT system. And then there are a lot of groupings, important groupings within the NPT system that are very dissatisfied. And the question is, does this pose a mortal threat to the NPT? Does this mean that the NPT is terminally ill? Or is there enough resilience in the system to sort of survive this high level of tension and friction? So that's kind of my starting point for thinking about this problem. Are the norms and mechanisms for preventing the collapse of the NPT sufficient? So the first way to think about that problem is to think about the history of the NPT, because we're now celebrating 50 years. The treaty went into force in 1970. So this year, 2020, is the 50th year. We were supposed to have the 10th NPT review conference, because every 5 years there's a review conference. And what one has to say is that from the very first NPT review conference down to the present, the NPT has been in a chronic state of crisis. There's always been a high level of friction. There's always been a great degree of contention on various of these issues, including the ones that I've already touched upon, between the nuclear haves and the nuclear have-nots. And while these tensions have fluctuated across time, and sometimes it's a bit higher and sometimes lower, it's kind of a baseline where you have to say, well, things look kind of rocky today, but how different is this from the past, right? And one symptom of that is that those who follow the NPT would judge that at least 4 of the 9 NPT review conferences that have happened so far are regarded by experts as having failed in their main purposes. And the main issue there is no new commitments made, no consensus document. In the worst cases, for example, in the 2005 NPT review conference during the middle of the Bush administration, when the American Undersecretary of State for Arms Control was a man named John Bolton, legendary for his hatred of arms control and with a particular distaste for the NPT. That's regarded as one of the biggest, as we'd say in the United States, biggest train wrecks in the history of the NPT. They went through the entire conference and failed even to agree on an agenda much less on a final document. And in that 2005 review conference, the position of the Bush administration was that all American all American behavior should be exempt from examination, that everyone else should be scrutinized carefully, looked at very hard, but American behavior should be set aside and left alone. Well, this was, as you can understand, unacceptable to much of the world community, and this produced a very unpleasant NPT review conference. So the baseline is that the NPT system has been a durable but troubled regime. And the durability has been at least as important as the troubles, because the regime has survived and functioned despite the fact that there have been a lot of fights and frictions along the way. So in thinking about whether now is different than the past, next question to ask is, are the current controversies more serious, more damaging, more threatening, more lethal to the NPT than past controversies? And for an old-timer like me who's been following the whole array of arms control issues for a very long time, I see a lot of continuity. I see as much continuity as difference in the current moment. Arms control collapsed in the late 1970s, for example, when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in December of 1979. The entire strategic arms control process imploded. The Carter administration rejected the SALT II agreement, which had taken a decade to negotiate, refused to ratify it. The Soviets reciprocated, so the SALT II agreement was never ratified and never formally entered legal force. In the early 1980s, we had the massive Reagan buildup, which was embedded in a concerted assault on the idea of arms control and linked to a claim that the Soviet Union was cheating on everything. So the whole basis for arms control was being challenged in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And if you have a recollection of American politics, that started under a Democratic president, Jimmy Carter, and was followed up by a Republican president, President Ronald Reagan. And so you appeared to have a bipartisan retreat from arms control on the part of the United States. Or if you think about 2003 and the run-up to the 2005 NPT review conference, after the terrible terrorist attacks on the United States on September 11th, 2001, the Bush administration basically adopted a policy of preventive war as the main approach to nonproliferation. And this was one of the principal justifications for the invasion of Iraq in 2003. But much of the world rejected that idea. Much of the world opposed that war, including a large fraction of American allies. And some of the bitterest critics were NATO allies like Britain and France, France and Germany in particular. So we've had a number of episodes in the history of the NPT regime where the entire arms control framework and apparatus and process was deeply troubled and stymied and appeared to be retreating. And nevertheless, the NPT system was able to surmount that. Yes, there was criticism. Yes, there were attacks within the NPT review conference about failures to live up to Article 6 obligations. Nevertheless, the regime itself was able to survive and function. And that's the critical point. So I would say that on this score, it's not obvious that the current issues are more difficult, more daunting than issues that we've faced in the past. But I just put one footnote to that conclusion, which is there is a whole school of thought among nonproliferation scholars and experts that maybe the damage to the NPT system is accumulating, that it's growing and growing, and that we survived this struggle and that fight and this friction, but all along we're doing damage, we're causing scar tissue, we're undermining the fundamental foundations of support for the regime, and maybe gradually the system has been undermined. But I think there are grounds for thinking that the system is, in a sense, a vessel capable of containing a lot of political fighting over the issues that divide us, but still fulfilling its core function. But that leads me to a next level of trying to think about this problem, which is if the erosion is gradual and accumulating, it's adding up, maybe the NPT system is more vulnerable today. And even though we've contained these kinds of problems and fights in the past, we have less ability to do that today. And that leads me to think about what are the sources of the resilience of the NPT? What is it that enables this regime to survive, despite the fact that it's by definition discriminatory, despite the fact that it's had this long history of difficulties and problems? How has it survived, and what is the basis for its durable survival and adequate functioning? And here I think we come to a really profound puzzle, a puzzle on which the non-proliferation regime rests. And that puzzle is 184 of the 193 member states of the United Nations have judged that their interests are best served by choosing not to acquire nuclear weapons, not to have nuclear weapons. 184 states have decided, have reached the judgment that they prefer to live in a non-nuclear world. Why is that the case? Isn't that something of a mystery? And one of the reasons that I say it's a mystery is because those states that have nuclear weapons, including notably the United States, make a big fuss about how valuable nuclear weapons are, how indispensable they are. If you look at NATO's strategic concept, NATO is the most heavily armed, most powerful coalition in the history of the international state system. And nevertheless, if you look at NATO's strategic concept, what it says is, nuclear weapons provide a unique and indispensable contribution to alliance security. Well, you might ask, if NATO needs nuclear weapons, this incredibly powerful coalition of rich, heavily armed states, who doesn't? Who couldn't use nuclear weapons? If nuclear weapons are indispensable for NATO, why aren't they indispensable for 184 other countries? Who couldn't use nuclear weapons? That's an interesting question. And then there is, of course, a symbolic dimension to the possession of nuclear weapons, including, in addition to the very large contribution nuclear weapons states say nuclear weapons make to their own security, there's a kind of prestige factor. There are only 5 legally acknowledged nuclear weapon states under the NPT. There are only 9 nuclear armed states total. This is a small, privileged group. As we would say informally in the United States, nuclear weapons look like a ticket to the big kids table. If you want to be a big shot on this planet, have yourself some nuclear weapons. And so there's a security dimension, and then there's a reputational and prestige dimension the possession of nuclear weapons, and both of them look very attractive. Both of them look like, if I'm a state, and particularly if I'm a state that has serious security problems, why wouldn't I want nuclear weapons? And yet, 184 of the 193 member states of the UN have decided not to have them, demonstrating that by signing the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty as non-weapon states and freely and voluntarily assuming an obligation not to get nuclear weapons. That's a choice. States don't have to do that. 3 states, Israel, India, and Pakistan, have chosen not to do that. So how do we explain that? And is that changing? Because, of course, if states change their minds about whether or not they need and want nuclear weapons, the health of the NPT is likely to reflect that very dramatically. And there are 2 other points I'd add to sort of buttress, to add to this line of thinking. Not only joining the treaty is a freely made choice by states, but so is remaining in the treaty. Article 10, particularly Article 10, paragraph 1 of the NPT, provides a very permissive exit clause. So any state at any time with 3 months' notice can choose to leave the treaty. So you not only have to join the treaty, you have to choose to remain in the treaty. And with the single exception of North Korea, which is the only case of a state that exercised its legal right of withdrawal from the NPT, every state that joined the treaty has remained a member of the treaty. And furthermore, if you look at the evolution across time, the problem has turned out not to be that states are leaving the treaty. And in fact, the trend has been over the past decades that the treaty started with a few dozen member states and has grown steadily to this total number of 184 non-nuclear weapon state members of the NPT, including 51 countries that have joined the NPT since 1990. In other words, this is not just a phenomenon of the 1970s and 80s. This has happened in many cases more recently. Now, those of you who are familiar with the non-proliferation literature will know that Professor Scott Sagan, from whom you're going to hear later this morning, has done some famous work addressing the question, why do states choose to get nuclear weapons? He wrote a famous article called 3 Models in Search of a Bomb about different theories of nuclear acquisition. And what I'm getting at here is the opposite question. Why do states choose not to get the bomb? That may be at least an equally important question. It's very critical for the future of the regime. And so, obviously, the decision to sign and ratify the NPT is an act of state. It's a major foreign policy decision. As I've mentioned, it's the choice to assume a legally binding obligation under international law. In many cases, we know that in Japan and Sweden and many other cases where we have a lot of detail about the internal process of signing and ratification, we know that there was substantial internal debate, serious deliberation, lots of discussion and argument. So this is not a frivolous, this is not a casual or informal thing to do. This is a serious, thoughtful gesture on the part of states. And the fact that so many states have made this decision suggests that in these internal discussions about what shall we do, shall we sign the NPT, shall we stay out of the NPT, shall we pursue nuclear weapons, or shall we accept a legally binding obligation not to get nuclear weapons, what it suggests is there's a case against nuclear weapons. And what I would suggest is that so long as the case for not getting nuclear weapons remains persuasive, the fundamental basis, the foundation on which the NPT regime rests, will be adequate and will be sufficient to survive all of the troubles that we're accustomed to seeing in the politics of the nonproliferation regime system. And of course, implicit in my starting point is a related question of whether the case against nuclear weapons, perhaps it's weakening, and maybe that's why we fear that today we have bigger problems than we've had in the past. Well, what might be the case against acquiring nuclear weapons? Well, certainly a part of it, a basic point to start with, is the NPT system itself, which is designed to make it hard and costly to get nuclear weapons. So if you look before 1970, every state that launched a nuclear weapons program ended up with nuclear weapons, and they just went about it in a very straightforward way. Every state that pursued nuclear weapons after 1970 took longer, struggled more, and in the majority of cases failed to get nuclear weapons. They were unsuccessful in their pursuit. And this is because the system is designed to make it hard. The system is designed to prevent you from being able to get nuclear weapons, even if you want them, right? So that's one plank of a case against nuclear weapons. It's hard and costly. However, what we've seen in a series of cases, including Pakistan, Israel, Iran, India, North Korea, and also in South Africa, which eventually gave up their nuclear weapons, is that if you're really determined to get nuclear weapons, if you're really prepared to pay the price, financial and technological and so on, and if you're really willing to be patient, you can end up with nuclear weapons. And, you know, as a kind of threshold case, North Korea is, you know, the poorest, the least technologically sophisticated, the least connected to the world, the least integrated into the world technological community of any of the nuclear armed states, and yet it has nuclear weapons, as we all know, and as you there in Korea feel very immediately. So that may be a part of the answer, but that's clearly insufficient because the determined states seem to nevertheless get nuclear weapons. So let me run through a series of speculations or hypotheses about why states might choose not to have nuclear weapons. One has to do with the utility of nuclear weapons. How useful are nuclear weapons? These are big, dangerous devices that are unrelated to most of the security problems of many states. For many states, their biggest security problems are internal. You don't want to use nuclear weapons on your own territory. Or if you have minor border clashes with your neighboring states, is this an occasion to use nuclear weapons? So there may be certain extreme scenarios in which nuclear weapons are an answer to some sort of existential threat. This is the rationale that most people think explains Israel's nuclear weapons capability. It's a very small state surrounded by much larger enemies, and it was imaginable early in Israel's history that it might face an existential threat. That is to say that the coalition of its adversaries could overrun Israel and essentially exterminate the state. And nuclear weapons might be an answer to that dire threat. But for most states, for most security problems, in most circumstances, nuclear weapons appear to be irrelevant. They're not the answer to your security problems. So one proposition is, for most states, most of the time, nuclear weapons have limited utility, right? There's a famous quote of former US Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, who served under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson in the 1960s, where he says, even in the American case, nuclear weapons have proved unrelated to our security most of the time, right? So if nuclear weapons have limited utility, if they don't solve most of your security problems, you can imagine all the ways in which you still have to address your security even if you have nuclear weapons. That's one argument against them. There's a second and related point, which is nuclear weapons are of questionable utility. There's, first of all, the problem of deterrence. If you use nuclear weapons, someone may use nuclear weapons against you. That looks like a disastrous outcome, right? That's the scenario on which we kind of build nuclear security, the fact that everybody's deterred from using their weapons. So it's hard to imagine scenarios in which you're better off using these weapons, right? And so limited utility and not very usable, that doesn't look like a very promising avenue. But in addition, there's the so-called nuclear taboo. We are now, we're on the eve, even as we talk here, of the 75th anniversary of the bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 75 years. Not one nuclear weapon has been used. In 1950, the US military was pushed back. Those of you sitting in the room there, certainly those of you who know your modern Korean history, know that during the Korean War, the American military was nearly thrown into the sea. They were pushed down into this tiny little corner, the so-called Pusan perimeter. It looked like we were going to lose this war, right? When the Chinese came in and pushed us way back and so on. We were in desperate circumstances. No other country in the world at that moment had usable nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, the United States did not use nuclear weapons. So from then to now, there has been this tremendous inhibition against using nuclear weapons. And the reason is because they appear to be inhumane, right? Over 75 years, and I think you may hear some of this from my colleague Scott later, over 75 years, there's built up a school of thought that says they're not only inhumane, they're unlawful. They violate all of our international laws about humanitarian uses of force and so on. But in addition, they're just abhorrent in the scale of damage that they will inflict if used, and even limited uses of nuclear weapons would produce horrendous scales of damage beyond things that we imagine in other scenarios. So limited utility, questionable usability. In addition, there's a third point, which is we now have reflected in the NPT a quite strong global norm against the acquisition of nuclear weapons. And there are a large number of states in the international system that are truly reluctant to violate this norm, right? If you are a country that favors a rules-based international system, right? It's hard to see that violating the non-proliferation norm is consistent with your wider orientation towards international politics. And so you have limited utility, questionable usability, and normative constraints on the actual acquisition of nuclear weapons, in addition to normative constraints on the usability of nuclear weapons if you get them. Then there's a fourth point, which is nuclear acquisition has costs. This is not a smooth path that you can wander down without paying a price. And there are two kinds of costs. One is what you might call diplomatic, political. And there I have in mind the isolation, the criticism, the efforts to undermine you, particularly if you're at cross purposes with one of the leading powers, if you have hostile relations with the United States. What pursuit of nuclear weapons or acquisition of nuclear weapons does is put you on the hot seat, puts you in the target list, causes you to be sanctioned, forces states, other states to go along with the major powers in trying to punish you, and I think a good example here is the Iran crisis, the protracted Iran crisis, where Iran has come up well short of actually having nuclear weapons. But because Iran is thought to be pursuing nuclear weapons, or thought to have an interest in having nuclear weapons, and because Iran has acquired some of the infrastructure that would allow it to have nuclear weapons, even though that infrastructure also has civilian purposes, Iran has been subjected to 20 years of harsh, relentless criticism, sanctions, isolation, economic damage, punitive efforts to undermine the regime, right? And I don't know what country is going to look at Iran's experience over the last 20 years since this crisis started in 2002 and say, yes, that looks attractive. That's the path we want to go down, right? So there are real prices to pay for going down this path to nuclear acquisition. And you really have to want those weapons in order to be willing to pay that price. But there's a second and lesser aspect of this cost factor, which is you often hear the claim that nuclear weapons are cheap. Well, it's true that nuclear weapons are cheap if you're the United States and you spend $750 billion a year on defense. But it turns out that if you're a small country with a limited defense budget, nuclear weapons can consume a very large fraction of your annual expenditures. And so you end up facing an opportunity cost in trading off between having nuclear weapons and the rest of your security apparatus. I'll give you just one example, which is the country of Sweden, where the Swedes had a nuclear weapons program. They had a sophisticated nuclear weapons development complex. They were well down the road toward having nuclear weapons. There's no question that if they had decided to do it, they would have ended up as a nuclear weapon state. And when the Nonproliferation Treaty came along in the late 1960s, they ended up having a debate because they were facing a big fork in the road. Do we go ahead with our existing nuclear weapons program and complete the program and get nuclear weapons? Or do we sign the NPT as a non-nuclear weapon state? And they had a big debate in Sweden, and they decided to sign the NPT as a non-nuclear weapon state, and over the decades, they've become one of the foremost champions of the non-proliferation regime. And one question is, why did they make that decision? They changed their mind about pursuing nuclear weapons. And one answer is that the Swedish, a big part of the answer is, the Swedish military gradually came to understand that if they pursued nuclear weapons, this would be very much at the expense of their conventional capability because Sweden could only afford to spend so much on defense. And so there is a cost constraint for many countries. So limited utility, questionable usability, reluctance to violate the norm of non-proliferation, reluctance to bear the costs of pursuing and acquiring nuclear weapons. Another point is that one of the effects of getting nuclear weapons is that often your enemy will get nuclear weapons as well. The Americans get nuclear weapons, and the Soviet Union gets nuclear weapons. The Indians get nuclear weapons. The Pakistanis get nuclear weapons. The Israelis got nuclear weapons, and all among Iraq, Syria, and Iran have made at least some efforts, and Libya for that matter. So some of their Arab rivals have pursued nuclear weapons, in that case all unsuccessfully. But so one of the questions you have to think through if you're contemplating acquiring nuclear weapons is, are we really better off if we get them and our enemies get them? Because then you're living in that world that I think I alluded to in my earlier lecture, life in a nuclear armed neighborhood. And how attractive is that? How stable is that going to be? And how comfortable are you going to be living under that nuclear shadow? And how happy will you be knowing that your entire society is hostage to the prudent and responsible behavior of your nuclear armed enemy? Because that's what happens when you have nuclear weapons. Each side becomes the hostage of the other, and your survival depends on the prudence and the responsible custodianship of the other side. So that's another consideration that weighs, I think, against nuclear weapons. And the last point, and then Monsoon, I will stop because I'm a little bit over my time here. But I would add this list to this list, and it's a little bit of a repetition, but I think it's worth underlining. In his Nobel Prize winning speech, the famous strategist Thomas Schelling described the non-use of nuclear weapons as the greatest event since World War II. That is, the decades of nuclear peace are the single most significant development since the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. And he attributed this to normative considerations, that across time the human race had acquired such an abhorrence of the thought of nuclear holocaust that this reinforced all of these arguments against acquisition of nuclear weapons. Well, to conclude then, I think for many states, trying to explain the 184 non-nuclear weapon state members of the NPT, for many states, nuclear weapons look like a high-cost, low-benefit option. And therefore, the system has been pretty resilient because states have many grievances, but they nevertheless believe that they're better off living in a world of fewer rather than more nuclear-armed states. And one can see this very clearly in the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons, where what you see is not a retreat from the NPT, but on the part of 122 states that voted to support this treaty, a recommitment to a non-nuclear world, a preference for a non-nuclear world. And so I think, as a last thought, we might conceive of the non-proliferation treaty regime as a vessel within which our nuclear fights take place, and the period ahead may well be messy and filled with fights, and some damage may be done. But my relatively optimistic conclusion is that this won't be fatal, and that we're somewhere close to a normal state for the NPT, which is that it is imperfect but invaluable, troubled but durable. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Professor Miller, for your wonderful speech covering the history of 50 years history of NPT and analyzing the problems, sources of the problems of NPT, and then what you call the illness of NPT. And then you look like you are sitting in the doctor's office now. And pointing out all kinds of problems, and I don't know whether you can see this hall. We have about 2,000 attendees here,
Wow.
but I think we have more participants from online, and I already have 2 questions from online, and probably I will open the floor for more questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. And in the meantime, from Mr. Jae-won Chung's question, if most states choose not to use nuclear weapons for the stated reasons, why is it still so challenging to acquire global nuclear non-proliferations? Related, if North Korea and Iran give up weaponizing nuclear power, would that be the end of the concern?
Well, that's a very good question, and I think my basic answer is that the small number of exceptions to the argument I've made have been, for a very long time, the non-proliferation hotspots, the big worries, the endless non-proliferation crises. and situations can arise. So what I've argued is there's an argument for and against nuclear weapons, and that for most states the argument against nuclear weapons wins. But that doesn't mean there's not another side to the argument. And when situations change, the balance of power between those two arguments can change within particular countries. So in the case of Iran, for example, and I think most likely in North Korea as well, those of you who follow these issues in Korea are better experts than I. When you have a deeply hostile relationship with the United States, when the United States is interested in overthrowing your regime, when the United States is threatening you with fire and fury, when the United States has engaged in a protracted, in the case of Iran, a protracted campaign of sabotage and undermining of your economy and so on, it does look as if you have a very severe security threat from a hugely powerful state. And the question is, how do you neutralize that security threat? And that then changes the argument within Iran about getting or not getting nuclear weapons. If you look at the period when Israel chose to launch its nuclear weapons program and acquire nuclear weapons, which was in the 50s and 60s, it was a tiny, fragile state. It had some support from great powers, but its principal backer was France. It didn't have this special relationship that it now has from the United States. It had only a few million residents. Those of you who've been to Israel know you can drive at the waist of Israel. It takes like 40 minutes to drive from the coast to the border with the West Bank. Tiny little piece of real estate, tiny population. You're surrounded by large Arab states. It looks like a desperate security situation. And those large Arab states, Egypt, Iraq, Syria, etc., express enormous hostility to Israel. So there was a belief that they faced a severe existential threat. And surprise, surprise, Israel turns out to be one of the exceptions, one of the states that chooses not to sign the NPT. Well, because the balance of arguments was different for them. And it could be that in the future, there will be other states that have made one choice today that have a different calculation in the future because their environment has changed, their security threat has changed, and so on. One example, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has announced that it has a very ambitious medium-term nuclear acquisition program centered on nuclear power, so it's peaceful in the first instance, aimed at generating electricity. Some of those of you who are nuclear engineering students among the KAIST summer program people may someday end up working in Saudi Arabia on this peaceful nuclear program. But Saudi Arabia has members of its political elite who have said explicitly, openly, that if Iran gets nuclear weapons, Saudi Arabia will get nuclear weapons. Why? Because Saudi Arabia and Iran are big rivals. They pose a threat to one another. They're very fearful of one another, particularly Saudi Arabia is fearful of Iran, which is a much bigger state. They both vie for leadership in the Persian Gulf. And if we fail to contain the Iran nuclear program and it ends up with a nuclear capability, it's distinctly possible that Saudi Arabia, which is currently a member of the Nonproliferation Treaty, will alter its policy because the arguments will change. Another example is Turkey, which similarly has currently a nuclear power program. But President Erdogan, the longtime president of Turkey, has said repeatedly, including recently, Turkey's a big power. We're a major regional player. We live in a dangerous neighborhood. We're surrounded by nuclear-armed players, the Russians, the Pakistanis, the Americans, the Israelis. Why shouldn't we have nuclear weapons? And one can see that in that case, maybe the argument is prestige and not security, but one can see that the calculus is changed a little bit in Turkey. And if you go back 10 or 20 years, I've been working on and in Turkey and with Turkish colleagues for many years. It wasn't so long ago that no one in Turkey would have said something like this out loud. This would not have been a part of the Turkish strategic discourse. Now the president of Turkey says this openly. Why shouldn't we have nuclear weapons? So I think that's the basic answer is for some states the arguments come out differently, and in the future for other states the arguments may change. But for most of the states in the international system today, they remain members in good standing of the Nonproliferation Treaty, and there's little indication that they're looking into withdrawing.
Okay, if we have a question from the floor, we will take a few.
Thank you, Professor Miller.
Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Professor Miller. I'm nuclear engineering student in KAIST. And my question is about the costs and benefit of nuclear weapons. So is nuclear weapon a high cost or a low benefit choice for North Korea? That is my question.
Well, it's a good and, for your group, a very relevant question. What I would say is that North Korea has been, by choice, quite isolated anyway. So one of the costs of pursuing nuclear weapons is much more limited for North Korea. Secondly, economically, North Korea has mostly chosen to be substantially independent. The United States has tried to find as many ways as possible to sanction North Korea, but it's not a big player in international trade and can't afford to buy huge amounts of stuff abroad, and it doesn't, if I understand the policy correctly, doesn't want to either. They privilege their independence. So they're less vulnerable to some of the costs than other states. Iran, for example, eagerly wants to be integrated into the world economy. And the United States is preventing that to punish them for their nuclear policies. So they're paying a very high price in terms of lost economic opportunity, a very high price in terms of lowered GDP than would otherwise be the case. That is not so true with North Korea. So in the North Korean case, the costs are lower. And on the other hand, as far as I can understand it, North Korea feels extremely threatened. They're up against the global superpower, the United States. They face a nuclear-armed adversary that also has overwhelming conventional superiority. And so, in their eyes, they face an existential threat. So, for them, nuclear deterrence appears to have a very high payoff, which is, it is the answer to their potential existential threat. So, for North Korea, lower costs, higher benefit, the result, nuclear weapons.
I think in the interest of time, this is going to be the last question, which is also about North Korea. And it looks like it's from Martin Ziegler from online. And it looks like a little bit of a comment rather than a question, but I put a question onto that. The North Korea needs a backup power against occupation, not occupation by the United States nor by South Korea. In fact, South Korea is North Korea's only hope, and hopefully aware of this enormous hidden responsibility. It looks like a sort of a South Korean, North Korean relations, and then what kind of leverage South Korea may have in convincing North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons. And probably you know there have been a series of efforts on the part of South Korea to get the North Korea to the table by offering, for example, economic incentives or security guarantee, like renewed peace treaty and so on. So, do you have any thoughts on what kind of actions that the South Korea can play in mediating in this very tricky situations and in very dangerous situations between North Korea and the United States?
Well, I think it was implied in my previous answer that North Korea is driven by an enormous sense of insecurity, and in terms of leverage on getting them to give up their nuclear weapons, until that sense of insecurity is profoundly addressed, I find it unlikely that the current North Korean regime would relinquish their nuclear weapons. And so that would involve some sort of very dramatic alteration of the security architecture in Northeast Asia. I don't think just a treaty or some sort of document would do it. There has to be some profound assurance, if the regime in North Korea is anything like the current regime, but some profound assurance that that regime is secure against what you might call regime-threatening developments. And it's hard to imagine in the short to medium term what such security guarantees would be. Most of the American nonproliferation community, President Trump aside, believes that it's very, very unlikely that North Korea will give up its nuclear weapons under any foreseeable circumstances, now and in the foreseeable future. So the question is, what might we aim for short of that? I have to say that this is not U.S. policy. U.S. policy remains firmly committed to the position that North Korea needs to completely roll back its nuclear program, give up its nuclear weapons, and so on and so forth. But if that's not a very realistic policy objective, no question it's desirable, it just doesn't look very realistic, then what else might we do? And there could be testing limits that inhibit the growth of North Korea's nuclear capability. There could be restraints on fissile material production, which would similarly inhibit their ability to produce more or better nuclear weapons. There could be missile testing restrictions. There could be agreement on a freeze. There could be hopes of more transparency that might allow certain kinds of confidence-building measures to be put into place. These are all steps well short of the disarmament of North Korea that would be reassuring to South Korea and the United States, create a somewhat more stable, less menacing circumstance on the Korean Peninsula, and basically take some of the most worrisome features of the status quo and tame them a little bit. I personally think that would be worthwhile doing, but that's not the position of the U.S. government. The last point I would make is that I think South Korea plays a very important mediating role at times, because every once in a while the United States gets very agitated about this North Korean crisis. You may or may not remember that in the 1990s, the Clinton administration gave very serious thought to preventive strike, a military attack against North Korea's nuclear infrastructure. And at the time of the agreed framework, the famous North Korea deal with the United States and other parties, the Clinton administration had a delegation in China, in Beijing, consulting about the possibility of a military strike on North Korea's attack. So this was the Clinton administration. You could say, well, there's more hawkish, more crazy guys in the American scene, but my point is that across the American spectrum, it's not regarded as unthinkable to use military force to address what is regarded as a very serious threat. And of course, most recently, before he fell in love with Kim Jong-un, President Trump in 2017 was in the midst of a big war scare with, very harsh words thrown back and forth. Kim Jong-un was insulting President Trump personally. President Trump was threatening fire and fury and saying that, if North Korea did anything that we didn't like, they would face reprisals the likes of which the world hasn't seen, and so on and so forth. You go back and look at the media coverage in the fall of 2017. In the United States, there was a real war scare, right? And I think Seoul represents a nice calming influence between these two very excitable powers that may help us contain some of these crises that have escalatory potential. So that, I think, is South Korea's most important role.
Well, thank you very much for your excellent speech and a very engaging discussion. And then also thank you all the participants for this, the morning session's the keynote speech part. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will have a short break.
By taking advantage of this short break, I would like to make a few announcements. In parallel to this professional conference on nuclear non-proliferation, there is something called NERIC Summer Fellows Program for the last 4 weeks. And the fellows are actually making efforts to present their research product during this conference. So 11 young fellows and 20 graduate fellows from 17 different countries in the form of group research presenting their work, and then we have a best poster competition going on during this conference. So there will be 30-second promotional videos presented by the fellows, young fellows, graduate fellows, and also year-long research fellows program product going to be aired. And you feel free to listen to their promotional videos, and then you are given to an opportunity to ask questions tomorrow at the end of the session tomorrow, and then you can vote if you like, and we'll select the best poster based on your vote. Thank you very much.
Come join me to hear about the current system of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament treaties, and to learn about the state of women in leadership in this field. I'll discuss the 3 main global non-proliferation and disarmament treaties, as well as current nuclear weapon-free zones, plus identify all organs within the United Nations system that affect nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. But that was just the base of my research. My main focus was to assess the status of women in leadership across all of these organizations. I will share my findings on this imbalance, identify unique challenges women face in reaching these leadership positions, and propose ways organizations can cultivate environments that enable women to lead.
Hello, my name is Yesil Wo. I'm a PhD candidate in War Studies at King's College London. My research question is the following. Does South Korea have agency in the North Korean nuclear crisis, especially during the administrations of George W. Bush, Obama, and Trump? In line with the realist theory, most assessments focus on the role of the great power, but not on South Korea, which is a regional stakeholder. I posit that Seoul's agency in the conflict has been insufficiently explored. My principal finding is that South Korean agency was limited in the period of examination by a mismatch in policy preferences by the United States and South Korea. When South Korea preferred engaging with North Korea, the United States preferred balancing and disengaging. So my research analyzes the role of the South Korea through the network theories and middle power theory. Please enjoy my research poster and please email me your feedbacks, comments, and questions. Thank you.
항판 유지론 선도국가로 도약하는 대한민국 대전환 선언입니다. 추격형 경제에서 선도형 경제로, 탄소 의존 경제에서 저탄소 경제로.
월성 원자력 발전소에 있는 맥스터, 즉 사용 후 해결료 임시 저장 시설 증설에 찬성한다는 주민 의견 조사 결과가 나왔습니다.
주민 의견 수렴 결과 발표를 앞둔 경주 간포읍 복지회관. 입구부터 주민과 경찰이 뒤엉켰습니다.
Hello, I'm Leo.
I'm Senia.
I'm Sangbin.
And we're going to present on our research on how to improve public acceptance of nuclear power in South Korea. So currently, Korea depends on nuclear as for energy security and as a clean source of energy. However, due to scandals over the past decade, as well as the Fukushima disaster, public trust has been ruined. So our goal is to recommend policy solutions to KEPCO and the Korean government to improve public acceptance. So I hope you watch our research.
Wow, 28 seconds.
Oh, so good.
Good job.
Hello everyone, my name is Brian Nyawinda. I work for Kenya Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, and currently I'm a student at Seoul National University, and our group consists of Phil and Zoe. We're going to present on the prospect of Kenyans introducing their first nuclear power program. And according to the East Coast Power Development Plan of 2019-2039, Kenya's annual forecasted electricity demand and peak load are expected to grow throughout the planning period. And for Kenya to satisfy demand, they need a safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable source of power, which nuclear is one of the sources they're considering. And also doing a case study of the nuclear exporter countries and their capacity in supplying Kenya with the nuclear reactor.
Hi, our team is and has complicated love.
I'm Jongwon Park from South Korea, majoring in International Area Studies.
My name is Aryan Agrawal. I'm majoring in Economic Policy from Sion School.
I'm Stacey Achoki from Kenya, studying nuclear and radiation safety at KAIST.
Our research topic is nuclear aspiring country, and our question is, what are the policy implications of Saudi Arabia's nuclear power plant? If you want to know more, go on the link below and see our 5-minute video.
name is Tan Chang. I'm a research fellow in NEREC this year. This is 30 seconds promotion video of my research. The title is The Implication of Disarmament Through Recognition as a De facto Nuclear Weapon State for Nuclear Non-Proliferation. If you are interested in my research, please check my 5-minute presentation video. Thank you.
Come join me to hear about the current system of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament treaties and to learn about the state of women in leadership in this field. I'll discuss the 3 main global non-proliferation and disarmament treaties, as well as current nuclear weapon-free zones, plus identify all organs within the United Nations system that affect nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. But that was just the base of my research. My main focus was to assess the status of women in leadership across all of these organizations. I will share my findings on this imbalance, identify unique challenges women face in reaching these leadership positions, and propose ways organizations can cultivate environments that enable women to lead.
Hello, my name is Yesil Wu. I'm a PhD candidate in War Studies at King's College London. My research question is the following. Does South Korea have agency in the North Korean nuclear crisis, especially during the administrations of George W. Bush, Obama, and Trump? In line with the realist theory, most assessments focus on the role of the great power, but not on South Korea, which is a regional stakeholder. I posit that Seoul's agency in the conflict has been insufficiently explored. My principal finding is that South Korean agency was limited in the period of examination by a mismatch in policy preferences by the United States and South Korea. When South Korea preferred engaging with North Korea, the United States preferred balancing and disengaging. So my research analyzes the role of the South Korea through the network theories and middle power theory. Please enjoy my research poster and please email me your feedbacks, comments, and questions. Thank you.
한국판 유질은 선도국가로 도약하는 대한민국 대전환 선언입니다. 추격형 경제에서 선도형 경제로, 탄소 의존 경제에서 저탄소 경제로.
월성 원자력 발전소에 있는 맥스터, 즉 사용 후 해결료 임시 저장 시설 증설에 찬성한다는 주민 의견 조사 결과가 나왔습니다.
주민 의견 수렴 결과 발표를 앞둔 경주 간포읍 복지회관. 입구부터 주민과 경찰이 뒤엉켰습니다.
Hello, I'm Leo.
I'm Senia.
I'm Sangbin.
And we're going to present on our research on how to improve public acceptance of nuclear power in South Korea. So currently, Korea depends on nuclear as for energy security and as a clean source of energy. However, due to scandals over the past decade, as well as the Fukushima disaster, public trust has been ruined. So our goal is to recommend policy solutions to KEPCO and the Korean government to improve public acceptance. So I hope you watch our research.
Wow, 28 seconds.
Oh, so good.
Good job.
Hello everyone, my name is Brian Nyawinda. I work for Kenya Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, and currently I'm a student at Seoul National University, and our group consists of Phil and Zoe. We're going to present on the prospect of Kenyans introducing their first nuclear power program. And according to the Least Cost Power Development Plan of 2019-2039, Kenya's annual forecasted electricity demand and peak load are expected to grow throughout the planning period. And for Kenya to satisfy demand, they need a safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable source of power, which nuclear is one of the sources they're considering. And also doing a case study of the nuclear exporter countries and their capacity in supplying Kenya with a nuclear reactor.
Hi, our team is and has complicated love.
I'm Jongwon Park from South Korea, majoring in International Area Studies.
My name is Aryan Agrawal. I'm majoring in Economic Policy from Sion School.
I'm Stacey Achoki from Kenya, studying Nuclear and Radiation Safety at KAIST.
Our research topic is nuclear aspiring country, and our question is, what are the policy implications of Saudi Arabia's nuclear power plant? If you want to know more, go on the link below and see our 5-minute video.
Welcome back. We are now going to have the morning panel session. We have several very distinguished scholars, and I'm very happy to introduce our chair of the session. The session is on what we see and what we do, NPT Challenge 2020. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our session chair, Mr. Kim Won-soo, who is former UN Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Park, for your kind introduction, and also welcome you all joining us today through online, as I see now Scott from, I think, sunny California with your background, and also offline with NEREC fellows nationally and internationally. At the outset, I must convey my heartfelt gratitude to KAIST and its team led by Professor Im Man-sung for organizing today's international conference online. As we have just heard from both Secretary General Ban and Professor Stephen Miller about challenges we have not for global non-proliferation, but against global non-proliferation, We have heard, we have now both challenges growing vertically among nuclear weapon possessing states, but also horizontally with non-recognized nuclear weapon aspiring states. On top of those challenges, also we have new emerging risks and threats. First of all, the possibility of non-state actors like terrorists or violent extremists trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction material. We popularly call it CBRN, chemical, biological, and radiological, and nuclear. And secondly, we have also see the potential misuse and abuse of disruptive technologies in cyber and outer space. And third, we have also see unchecked, unregulated development of new destructive weapons technology aided by artificial intelligence, like killer robots, and also biochemical engineering. And recent coronavirus event shows the enormous difficulties we are dealing with, even nature-made bio threat. But if and when a man-made biosecurity event takes place. And in all of these occasions, US is at the front and the center, and I cannot see of any better person other than Scott Sagan, we're just seeing on the screen. And by the way, personally, it is great to see you again online, because we first met 25 years ago at Stanford Center for International Security and Cooperation. I went there as a visiting fellow, and we were both much younger at the time. And great to see you all.
I remember it well.
And now I'd like to invite first Scott to give mainly US perspectives and global perspective, and followed by Francesca Giovanni of CTBTO with perspectives from international organization. For CTBTO, I'm also serving as one of the eminent persons, although I'm not sure I'm eminent enough. But it is my privilege to have her with our panel, and then followed by Professor Nobumatsu Akiyama of Japan, and also Tong Chao from China, and Professor Dong-Yik Shin on my left for Korean perspectives. With that, I also want to thank all the panelists joining us at not a convenient time for you, particularly Francesca, joining us, I think, at 2 a.m. in the morning. So I must thank all the panelists, particularly joining us from abroad online at your very challenging timing for you. So now, Scott, you have the floor.
Well, I'm trying to share my screen here to show some slides. And if the NARIC people, it worked well last night, but I'm trying to figure out why it's not working today. Can you see my slides? I don't think so. I don't see them myself. Can you see them or not?
No, we cannot see it. I think maybe.
For some reason, it's not letting me share my screen. It says I'm screen sharing, but then it won't give me my desktop, which is what I'm trying to reach. It worked well last night. Can the NARIC people intervene at all?
I see. It worked at the rehearsal we had yesterday.
Yeah, sure. It worked fine yesterday.
Okay.
It says I'm screen sharing. All you can see is a white screen. Is that correct? I apologize. I may have to go old school, which is problematic, but I'll do my best if necessary.
In the meantime, what American Battlefield Trust means on
Yeah,
the screen.
yeah. So this is not sunny California. Every year, except for this year, I take students from California out to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where in 1863 the Union Army defeated the Confederate Army in a very bloody battle, one of the two most bloody battles ever fought on the American continent. For the Confederacy, they often say this is the high watermark of the Confederacy, because before that, they thought that they might actually win the war. But for me, it's exactly the opposite. It is the glorious moment in which the Union Army finally dealt a death blow to the Confederate cause, causing the Confederates to march back into Pennsylvania and leading to the major defeat. Without that, as much as we talk about Black Lives Matter and the major racist problems that we have in the United States, imagine what it would have been like had the Confederacy won, and we would have had a country reliant upon and dependent upon the enslavement of what was a near majority of their people further into the 19th and then into the 20th century. So to me, this battlefield is one of the high marks of American history. And that's why I show it as my background screen. So what I'm going to do then is go old school. I apologize for this, but I wanted to describe, I'll have to describe what was in my PowerPoint because I'm not able to share it for reasons that are unclear to me. Because I wanted to share why I think the problem of North Korea is emblematic of a major change in the way we should think about the world today. The screen was going to show you a picture that was a piece of art. I'll ask the NERC people to circulate it later, from the Wall Street Journal, of Kim Jong-un flying on a rocket across the sky with American and South Korean umbrellas down below. And I think that the artist who did this was trying to symbolize what Donald Trump, in a derogatory comment, called Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man in 2017 in the back and forth of insults that Stephen Miller referred to. But I think of this piece of art as also symbolic of a different message, which is the risk of an accident or inadvertent war. Because those of you old enough to remember this, and those of you who are young enough should go ahead and watch it anyway. The great film, perhaps the greatest nuclear-related film ever made, Dr. Strangelove, ended with an accidental nuclear war when one of the characters, played by Slim Pickens, rides down on an atomic bomb into Russia. To me, this is very symbolic because I think that 2017 was a really dangerous period of time with both Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump arguing back and forth about who had the biggest button. Trump repeatedly threatening North Korea. And that year of fire and fury was remarkably dangerous. And even before the initial summits, there are threats going back and forth. Before the Singapore summit, you'll remember, in 2018, John Bolton said that he thought that what was important with the North Korea deal, if we ever to have one, was that it should be like the Libya model of 2003 and 2004. That is, he wanted to make sure that North Korea turned over everything to the United States, including their enrichment and their plutonium processing capabilities, and then there could be an end of sanctions, a very extreme model. President Trump, not understanding the subtleties of this issue, then said, not repeated that there would be a Libya model, but said we should have the Gaddafi model, which if you remember what happened to Colonel Gaddafi, you can imagine why Kim Jong-un would find that really quite frightening and would lead to an encouragement of him to keep nuclear weapons. And that's exactly what happened. The 2018 Singapore summit led to a vague and utterly imprecise set of principles without any details about how to implement them. And it's not surprising, given those details, that very little, or given that vagueness and ambiguity of the agreement, that very little came out of it in the end. The Hanoi summit in February 2019 was worse. President Trump came in with an extreme position about turning over everything, and then you'll get the best deal you ever had. And the North Koreans understandably can't trust that, because the president of the United States could turn around and break the deal. After all, he had already broken the deals and the arms control agreements with Iran and elsewhere. Kim Jong-un came in with a minimalist position, but it was at least a case-by-case or step-by-step deal that will give you part of Yongbyon in exchange for some sanctions, and the United States rejected it. The president tried to have further negotiations by at least continuing on with a very brief session at the DMZ, but since that time, there's been no formal agreements, and the North Koreans are continuing to test missiles and build up their nuclear capability. Now, I want to underscore what I argued in the very beginning, that there's a real risk of an accident leading to a war. Now, I wanted to give you 3 examples. I wish I had the slides here, because they'd illustrate it. The first is an accident inside North Korea. The picture that I have in mind that I would show is the picture of Kim Jong-un standing by Hwasong-14 in July 2017. It's on its missile erector. They're getting ready for a test. And Kim Jong-un is standing erect, and if you look really closely, you'll see he's smoking a cigarette. Now, that's not something you should do next to a missile before it's launched. But in North Korea, no one is going to say to Kim Jong-un, "Sir, you should not do that. That's dangerous." So the risk of something going wrong there, I think, is serious. And if there's a detonation or a serious danger there, that would appear to them to be that the Americans have taken action, and would seem like a way they could justify an attack. The second example comes from an American accident. Many of you will remember in January 2018 in Hawaii, a emergency warning system operator issued an emergency alert on January 13th, 2018, saying the ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. Now, in Hawaii, many people panicked. Some went outside, which is not what you should do if there's a potential nuclear attack nearby. But in Omaha, where the Strategic Command is based, or in Colorado Springs, where NORAD, the North American Air Defense Command, is based, or in the Pentagon, no one panicked, because for 3 reasons. One, they knew from redundant warning sensors that there was no real attack happening. Second, we have professional warning people, and the people who issued this immediately turned around and said, "Hey, we screwed up, we made a mistake," and issued a contradiction or a retraction. And third, we didn't really expect that North Korea was about to attack Hawaii. Now, imagine for a moment that that incident occurred not in Hawaii, but occurred in North Korea. All 3 of the mitigating factors, the redundant warning systems don't exist in North Korea. They just have a set of primitive radars, no overhead reconnaissance. Second, they would not have professional people who would say, "We made a mistake." In North Korea, you can get killed if you make a mistake. You don't just get fired or demoted. So I think it's more likely that they try to cover up or to flee and not acknowledge their errors. And third, they do think the United States might attack them. Why? Because we threaten to attack them all the time. And that's where Donald Trump's threats of 2017 are so worrisome. One last example from 2018 was that there was an incident on the U.S. side where American soldiers and their families in South Korea received an emergency message via their cell phones that the evacuation of non-essential personnel had been ordered. Now, that was retracted soon thereafter because it was a false message. Today, no one, at least in the public sphere, knows how that happened. Could it have been the North Koreans testing our system? Could it have been the Chinese or the Russians trying to provoke something? Could it have been an independent anarchist or terrorist group trying to do something? We don't know. But that's another example where things could go wrong. If someone issues an evacuation order, that would appear to the North Koreans as an effort the United States has had to get ready for war. And then when the North Koreans start alerting their forces to prepare for war, it would appear to the United States as if the North Koreans are prepared for an attack. So I'll just conclude by noting that I think the danger we have right now is that we have to live with North Korea as a nuclear state for the at least immediate term, but we haven't set up the kinds of arms control, operational arms control, sets of military to military talks, the kinds of sharing of personal reliability programs or permissive action-linked locks on what we did during the Cold War with the Russians. We have not done with the North Koreans. And I hope that the government can encourage the United States government to do that, because we're going to have to live with nuclear North Korea for at least the immediate future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Maybe you can try one more time. Select open your file first, and then click on share screen. Maybe switch the order sequence around. But anyway, thank you so much, and we'll share your PowerPoint slides later with our audience, both online and offline. Thank you so much, Scott. And now I'd like to invite Francesca from Vienna, from CTBTO. Okay, now I see Francesca. Also, yes, now you are able to upload your files.
So that's how I did it. Okay, so I'll upload it and you can share them later. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, for figuring
Francesca,
out. Thank you.
Over to you. It's good to see you, and I'm glad that you're able to join us.
And thank you again, Francesca, for joining us very early, midnight.
Thank you so much. I really want to say good morning to everyone, to my mentors, Scott and Steve, who have really guided my international career for many years now, and I count on many more years to go. His Excellency, Mr. Kim, I really also want to thank you very much for all the things you have done for CTBT, promote the treaty. You are a great, representative, a great spokesman for the treaty, and we look forward to many collaborations again. And then again, I want to thank Professor Him Mansung, because I think NEREC is a much needed learning opportunities for everyone. It's a great platform for international dialogue, and it just helps us really focus on the things that really are important, somehow, removing a little bit of the noise around the nuclear issues today. And finally, let me also acknowledge Ambassador Shin, who has been a permanent representative of South Korea to the Vienna-based international organizations. Ambassador Shin has done much for CTBT and CTBTO, and so I very much look forward to his comments. Now, I work in the cabinet of the Executive Secretary of CTBTO as Strategy and Policy Officer. So I have the privilege of looking as an insider into the way in which international organizations today navigate nuclear non-proliferation issues and the broad nuclear debate. But I also want to say that I've spent several years thinking about these issues on an academic level. So I hope to offer a little bit of both policy and academic perspective on how at least CTBTO looks at nuclear proliferation challenges today. But let me begin with a broad and a little bit provocative statement. I think the policy and the academic debate around nuclear non-proliferation has lost a little bit of steam in the past few years. And this is in large part, I think, because of the JCPOA and the Iran fatigue, and partly because other issues have come to the fore and have been more prioritized. If you look at where the energy and the debate today is in the nuclear discussions, certainly it lies more on the future of arms control, either bilateral or multilateral, or on emerging technologies and how these emerging technologies shape and constrain or change strategic stability and national nuclear postures. And so it seems to me that the overall debate about proliferation risk have gone a little bit on the side, or have been really narrowed down to Iran and North Korea. But this didn't used to be the case. In fact, only 10 years ago, when I was finishing my PhD, there was a very real intent to analyze how the global spread of nuclear technology around the world and the investments on nuclear energy that many countries want to make would have then affected the potential proliferation risks that the international community would have faced. In fact, only 10 years ago, Professor Scott Sagan and Stephen Miller launched the very famous initiative on the global nuclear future. And I believe also NERIC was founded more or less at the same time. And these initiatives had, and I want to quote one of the publications of Scott and Steve, had as a central question the following: will the expected expansion of nuclear power in many regions around the world lead to increased dangers of nuclear terrorism and risks of nuclear weapons proliferation? And that initiative ended with a very famous conclusion. Well, it depends. It depends on the domestic capabilities of these countries. It depends on how fast and how widely the spread of nuclear technology is going to be. And it depends on many other factors. But at that time, in 2010, 2012, there were several countries really at the front line of major investments. In particular, Vietnam seemed to be set as the first Southeast Asia country to acquire a viable civilian nuclear program. The UAE had announced full speed ahead investments on nuclear technology, and many African countries had actually expressed interest. So the nuclear non-proliferation debate at that point seemed very active, really think through the linkages between nuclear energy and proliferation risks. In my view, however, this debate has gone a little bit stagnant in the past few years. And I want to give you 4 reasons why I think this is the case. The first one, as I said, I think there is the nuclear proliferation debate suffers from JCPOA and Iran fatigue. Much ink has been invested in debating, discussing, designing, proposing, agreements or possible accords to solve the Iran nuclear problem. But I think the result has been overwhelmingly disappointing. I think the JCPOA and the Iran nuclear crisis have actually showed the striking limitations to multilateral nuclear diplomacy. And has left both sides, in my view, quite disappointed and a little bit disillusioned about what nuclear non-proliferation diplomacy really looks like. The second is because in the past few years, you have seen new instruments coming into play, which have fundamentally skewed the debate towards other issues. And I'm talking particularly about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the campaign on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, the Swedish initiative on nuclear disarmament, and also the recently launched agenda of the UN Secretary General on disarmament. These initiatives are very different in one specific way. If you think about the NPT look at nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation as 2 sides of the same coin. It is a grand bargain, right? Where nuclear non-proliferation is a core pillar in order to obtain also nuclear disarmament. These new initiatives don't talk about nuclear non-proliferation necessarily. They talk about nuclear disarmament as a legal matter, as a human rights matter, as a development matter. So fundamentally change a little bit the narrative and the framework through which we look at nuclear disarmament. And they have actually, in a way, also marginalized what used to be a grand bargain between nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear disarmament. The third factor that, in my view, has a little bit undermined, if you want, the enthusiasm over nuclear non-proliferation studies has been the stalemate within the NPT. NPT at 50s, I agree with Professor Miller that the NPT will not necessarily collapse, but I think it is true that we are also suffering from an NPT fatigue. And so there is an overall disillusionment of what that instrument can be about moving forward in the next 10 to 20 years. And finally, I also have to say that this nuclear non-proliferation debate, in my view, has also been, in a way, decelerated because many of the so-called nuclear newcomers ultimately actually never became nuclear energy countries. Like Vietnam, for example, canceled the nuclear energy investments. Some other countries reconsidered their priorities. So, this very famous global spread of nuclear technology actually has not yet been realized. And therefore, in a way, this has reduced in a way, or maybe minimized the incentives for, serious studies over global proliferation risks in the future. Now, I want to turn in the second part of my presentation to the perspective from international organizations. And I want to start with one issue in particular. If you look at how nuclear non-proliferation is presented by both the IEA and CTBT, which are supposed to be the bedrock, really, of nuclear non-proliferation today, you will notice that the language in which these international organizations present themselves has fundamentally changed. Just yesterday, I was at the 8th quarter of the IEA, and I noticed that there is a poster that talks about nuclear security as protecting people from harmful radiation. Now, when I came actually into this field of work, nuclear security was instead framed with the hardcore security language. It was about preventing non-state actors from acquiring nuclear material. Today, both CTBTO and IEA cast their work most in development terms. The IEA talks about, the protection of communities from harmful radiation, has done much actually to publicize, for example, its major role during COVID-19, and it has cast itself really as a development organization. CTBTO has cast itself instead as the major scientific and technology capacity building provider. So the discussion around nuclear non-proliferation has also been a little bit lost with these international organizations. Certainly the safeguards department of the IAEA continues to work very much on nuclear non-proliferation, but the mandate and the way in which these international organizations understand their role today has really fundamentally changed. Now, what are the main challenges that I see for the IEA and CTBTO moving forward? And I'm talking about nuclear non-proliferation challenges. The first is really an inherent weakness, in my view, of these international organizations. That there is a divergence of expectation of what these organizations are all about. You see a striking divide now between so-called developing countries and the developed countries. And developing countries today, as they grow more in power and in strength, are becoming increasingly loud about the demands they have over these international organizations. I want to give you an example. A few months ago, we opened a big discussion within CTBTO over the need to repair an hydroacoustic station in the middle of the Pacific. This station cost millions and millions of dollars that will have to be found somewhere. At the same time, many of the emerging countries demanded us more funding and more resources for technical capacity building. So when you have a limited amount of resources and you have two fundamentally different demands from two very important members and stakeholders, how do you balance and negotiate this threshold? This is incredibly difficult because the divide is both ideological, it is political, but it's also really, I think, fundamental in the way in which different countries perceive the mandate of these international organizations. And I think the divide is increasing. I think the divide is becoming even more polarized today, and it might lead, in fact, to a very difficult stalemate with these international organizations. The second major issue that I think we never discussed but is really important has to do with the sustainability of the nuclear non-proliferation verification system that these two international organizations have. 80% of the budget of the IAEA today covers personnel cost for inspectors to go around the world to monitor facilities. 80% of their budget. 80% of the CTBTO budget goes into the maintenance of the international monitoring system. Now, both organizations are subjected to what we call the budget zero growth. These organizations need to continue to deliver the mandate they have without increasing the budget. This requires, of course, at some point, a serious consideration about the sustainability of the infrastructure we build. Also, because many of the donors that actually for many years provided the necessary resources to maintain the systems are now themselves calling, for example, for austerity measures and for reduction in the budget of these international organizations. So we should really think whether we've built nuclear non-proliferation infrastructures that are today non-sustainable given the conditions we are living in. Now, let me finish with one specific comment on where CTBTO stands vis-a-vis the current geopolitical landscape. Now, you have seen on the news a lot, I suppose, discussions today about resuming nuclear testing, the possibility, for example, of the USA to unsign the treaty, or allegations of nuclear test activities in both Russia and China. These are serious concerns. These are serious concerns because they are actually leveraged within an institution that has not yet have a legal framework into force. So CTBTO can only, basically provide limited analysis or limited support to what member states are, raising, but we don't have the legal framework to tackle any of this criticism. And this actually further undermines, of course, the viability and the strength of the organization itself. But I think this entire discussion about nuclear testing raises three important points that I think need to be seriously considered by the nuclear non-proliferation community today and in the future. The first, in my view, is a serious question about what would happen day after one of the CTBTO state signatories decide to test or to resume testing. I'm not necessarily talking about the United States. It can be any of the state signatories. What would happen at that point? Would you have a domino effect? Would you have the total collapse of the treaty? And then what would happen to the international monitoring system? I think these are questions that have not been, in my view, discussed enough or analyzed enough within the policy community and within the academic debate. The second major question that, in my view, is becoming really important today is what is the political value of nuclear testing in the current geopolitical context? You heard Ambassador Bolton saying that there was a consideration in the United States to resume testing as a demonstration effect. Does nuclear testing simply have a demonstration effect, or does it instead really generate more catastrophic consequences? Again, in my view, nuclear testing has become a sort of marginal afterthought, but actually needs to be seriously considered by the nuclear non-proliferation community. And the final question I want to leave you with is, how strong is really this norm against nuclear testing today? And how do we study the strength of this norm? How do we know what countries actually believe whether they want to test, whether they need to test. I think, again, all these questions have gone largely untouched and undiscussed. And I think it's a serious mistake because we might be actually, be surprised as we remove our attention from these proliferation questions. I think actually we might be, unprepared and to tackle what might come in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for laying out where we stand and also your concerns, particularly your last concern about even thinking of as if there is low-yield nuclear testing could be feasible. It's like even thinking of low-yield nuclear weapon can be used. And these are extremely dangerous ideas, and I hope the scenario you just laid out will not take place, and I hope a strong disarmament community, policy community in the world, and particularly in nuclear possessing states will deter that scenario from taking place. And also, I cannot but express my empathy when I heard when challenges are growing, demand is increasing on international organizations, but resources are being squeezed. So we are being asked to do more with much less, and also our shareholders are pulling our legs into two different directions because of ideological debate and also value divide. So it puts international organization in a very difficult position, and I hope we can do something to address that problem too. And coming back to Scott's point, thank you so much, Scott, although I don't see your face now, I see on the screen, for highlighting the risk we have now with unintended, inadvertent nuclear confrontation taking place. And as you rightly pointed out, that when tensions are high, but the parties are not talking to each other, then easily an accident can escalate into real conflict by either misunderstanding, by miscommunication, and even by miscalculation. So thank you so much for reminding us of that danger. And also, I'm reminded of the debate we had 25 years ago at Stanford when we had the first nuclear crisis of North Korea. And you said, as far as North Korea is concerned, you don't see any good option. All options are bad. So our choice is then, what will be the least bad option we can choose, and how can we prepare for the contingencies we don't want to contemplate. So now with that, I'd like to invite Professor Nobu Akiyama from Itoshibashi University to provide Japanese perspective. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm glad to be back to this conference. Although I'm so sad that I'm not able to enjoy, this sort of best Korean cuisine at this moment because I was not able to physically locate it in Seoul. So my presentation is not really about nuclear non-proliferation per se. And so can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good.
Yeah, go ahead.
So although I'm aware that the title of this the session is about non-proliferation challenges, and maybe I should talk more about NPT or otherwise. But my presentation actually focuses on the strategic environment in East Asia and how the possible arms control in East Asia would be very important to think about sort of overall non-proliferation global architecture. So, is it okay? Okay, good. In fact, the NPT faces a lot of challenges, right? One, the great divide between the disarmament advocates and the nuclear deterrence advocates. And two, the disagreement over the Middle East WMD free zone. And three, growing concerns over the breakdown of the sort of broad consensus on the safeguards. I'm referring to the divide between how to develop state-level concept or state-level approach. Now here is a big sort of a debate or kind of a disagreement between United States and those who support state-level approach, and Russia, which is rather reluctant to take this approach. And fourth, so in international environment, there is a kind of a general atmosphere of the failing trust over the multilateral diplomacy. And of course, WHO in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis was one of the victims, but the NPT may be another victim of this distrust over multilateral diplomacy. So we have to restore the confidence on NPT and multilateral diplomacy, but at the same time, I have to recognize that the deteriorating strategic environment, particularly the major power politics among United States, Russia, and China, overshadows the politics or the multilateral diplomacy. So when we look to the East Asian situation, there is a kind of a growing interest in how the next phase of arms control, possibly between United States, Russia, and China, will be shaped. But that's also even the case for Japan too. So, this is a kind of a Japanese perception. Now we face two major security challenges. One is the rise of China. The Chinese steady, grow up of the capabilities, including anti-access area denial and ballistic missiles, and that poses vulnerability to U.S. Indo-China, Indo-Pacific assets. And so we are growing. We are now concerned about how the United States can maintain its forward deployment capabilities. The second is the failing negotiation with North Korea, and in the meantime, North Korea is constantly developing its nuclear capabilities. So then, with this emerging security challenges, Japanese policymakers are concerned. One, can U.S.-Japan alliance meet emerging security challenges? And then two, does Japan live in a long nuclear shadow casted by China and DPRK? That means even though we are not directly threatened by nuclear capabilities of these countries, but the very existence of the nuclear capability of these countries may affect the political dynamics in this region. And third, this is a kind of a growing uncertainty, particularly with the sort of unknown or relatively unpredictable decisions made by the current administration of the United States. Will the United States decouple of Japan or stay strongly endorsing the alliance? So then what will be the responses that Japan may make? One is, Japan will encourage the United States and jointly think about how we are going to transform our extended deterrence into alliance deterrence. That means more, both countries should take a more integrated approach for the alliance capacity building. And then also, I think Japan will need to think about missile defense systems to meet new technological challenges, such as maneuverable hypersonic gliding warheads, which was put onto the medium-range ballistic missiles. So, but, of course, these are the deterrence responses. But at the same time, I think we definitely need the new way of the arms control in East Asia. At this moment, in the last month, the United States invited China into the arms control dialogue between United States and Russia, which was held in Vienna. Then China declined. I think both sides have good reason to do so, but but at this moment, I think I would like to raise a couple of issues which will be required to think about the sort of arms control in East Asia. One, we have to probably redefine the strategic stability, or if the strategic stability is the language which was created in the very special context of Cold War U.S.-Soviet Union relationship, then we may have to think about how are we going to define the stable strategic relationship between the United States and China, or among three major powers in this changing strategic environment. The second, strategic community is talking about so-called regionally tailored deterrence. That means they have different logics of deterrence in different regions. So Europe and Asia may not have same sort of a logic of deterrence. In that case, the arms control may have a different logic by region. So that means, do we have to have a regionally tailored arms control for the regionally tailored deterrence? And third question is, what will be the role of the non-nuclear US allies such as Japan, ROK, and Australia in this context, particularly with a view to the sort of a more role of conventional weapons in the defense strategy of these countries and alliance of the United States. So I would like to get into a little bit detail about how we define the strategic stability and under the new strategic environment. First, if the China will be involved in the strategic stability among three major powers, then the question is, can we find a stable equilibrium for a triangular relationship? Of course, for bilateral relationship, it is relatively easy, and based upon the game theory, if this is a repetitive game, and if game is repeated once again and again, then eventually the both parties would understand that cooperation is the best solution. But in case of a triangular relationship, and if somebody finds it's easy to win the game by making a partial coalition by two, then isolate one, then even though game would be repeated, then I think convergence of interest is not easy. Secondly, they have all different trajectories for the power in the future. U.S. is a kind of status quo power, and China is rising, but Russia is declining. So they have kind of a different power trajectories. That means they have a different formula for the optimal interest. How are they going to maximize the interest now and the future will be kind of different for three countries. The second, we have to have a better assessment of the impact of emerging technologies in shaping deterrence architectures. So the three things. One, there is a growing ambiguity in nuclear and non-nuclear or new domain sort of boundaries or strategic sub-strategic boundaries. In a conventional arms control regime between United States and Russia, they compartmentalize the weapon systems into strategic, sub-strategic, and conventional. But for China, United States, what they see strategic will be different. And for actually allies of the United States, also the strategic will be different from the United States, possibly. So when we see sort of growing ambiguities or the boundaries of strategic, sub-strategic, and also nuclear, non-nuclear weapons, the role that they are playing. So then how are we going to sort of shape or kind of compartmentalize the sort of arms control, the arrangement which deals with. The second is a non-linear escalation. And recently, somebody talked about the concept of wormholes escalation. And that is, there may be, the escalation may not be the kind of linear and step by step, but instead, the certain kind of intervention, suddenly step up the level of escalation and the level of crisis. So, and particularly when the cyber attack may affect the command and control systems, then that suddenly become really, really huge crisis of the nuclear assets. And that is not really simply a kind of a cyber attack on the other assets. So the non-linear escalation will be another factor that we have to think about. And then also the new domain issues pose us the question of less clear boundary between counter value and counter force, the targeting process. And third is regional global nexus. As I said, there is a regional tailored deterrence concept. And then how are we going to think about the strategic arms control in the context of regional security? The second is mismatch between China and the United States in medium-range missile capabilities. Third, China may have its own difficulties in dealing with arms control only within the trilateral relationship. And China have to think about, China is inevitably involved in strategic dynamics in South Asia, so we have to think about nexus between East Asia and South Asia too. So the future of arms control in East Asia, of course, we don't know what happens, but I would like to encourage United States and China should immediately engage in arms control dialogue, if not a negotiation. But some premises in a dialogue. One, probably numerical or quantitative balance of power between United States and China is not working. The second, the strategic visions between China and the United States are asymmetrical and more or less so in types of weapons they need to achieve their strategic goals. So, and also there are divergent views on BMD, medium-range missiles and cyberspace, and they are very critical divergences views between China and the United States. So both sides need to take into account the concerns of the both sides. So then, and third is that, as I said, China's strategic interests are more complex with the involvement in South Asian security dynamics. So, I think Chinese security concerns need to be properly addressed in the dialogue. And finally, as non-nuclear boundaries fade and the capabilities of allies become inseparable, the strategic equilibrium inevitably requires to incorporate allies' interests and concerns. So that means Japan, ROK, and Australia and other parties may have to be a kind of players for the new arms control in East Asia if ever happens. And so that means, those countries should be engaged in the dialogue as well. I think with this, I stop here, and I'm happy to discuss on these issues or beyond, particularly multilateral regimes and NPT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Akiyama, for your presentation. And I cannot agree more with your arguments for the need to engage China in arms control dialogue, both global and regional, with the US, and also involving Russia. And I hope that will start sooner rather than later. Now we have Professor Tong Chao from Tsinghua Carnegie Endowment Center. Okay, Professor Tong. Okay, we can see your slides. Please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the honor to be part of this panel. I think I would focus my short presentation on the topic of how the rising grid power competition is going to affect the global nuclear landscape and what the challenges it might pose to global nuclear non-proliferation regime. So I think one of the most far-reaching implication of grid power competition is that the nuclear policy communities in the relevant nuclear armed countries, in many cases, they are gradually decoupling from each other. And that means the experts communities, the policy making people and people who participate in national nuclear decision making, they constitute the nuclear policy community in their respective country. But their international communication with their counterparts in other nuclear-armed countries are becoming less and less frequent and effective, especially among some of the big nuclear powers. And these nuclear policy communities, they absorb different information and they develop divergent perspectives on policy issues. In the physical world, not because of the pandemic, but the increasingly tighter security rules in many countries are making nuclear experts much harder to travel, to meet with their foreign counterparts, or even to have virtual online meetings with their foreign counterparts. So they are less likely to maintain frequent and effective communication. And they also have growing trouble discussing topical issues with each other on a daily basis. In the case of US and China, Chinese experts couldn't access social media platforms like Twitter or Facebook, and American experts rarely access Chinese equivalent social media like WeChat. So what happens is the two policy communities are basically having an internal discussion among themselves. There is no cross-border engagement because they happen on different internet platforms that are not mutually accessible. So what we are seeing from the developments is the different nuclear policy communities, they increasingly, as I said, they increasingly absorb different information and therefore develop different perspectives. They increasingly cannot understand each other. And that's very easy for misunderstanding to develop and to escalate. I will give you three quick examples. One is because of the lack of frequent and effective cross-border communication, the Chinese nuclear policy community, they increasingly develop inaccurate understandings about American nuclear policy or American military policy in general. One example is the American development of hypersonic missiles. The US policy is very clear that American hypersonic missiles in the future will be conventional only. But somehow that point just doesn't reach the Chinese nuclear community. And even serious Chinese analysts recently drew conclusion that the US is actually planning to arm their hypersonic missiles in the future with nuclear warheads, which is the total misunderstanding of American policy. But due to the lack of effective communication, such misunderstandings are very hard to be clarified. A second example is the American Nuclear Policy Review report published by the Trump administration in 2018, in which the US decides to re-emphasize the importance of low-yield tactical nuclear weapons, which is a response to the perceived Russian strategy of so-called escalate to de-escalate. But from the Chinese perspective, China doesn't understand that the US policy is simply a response to a perceived Russian threat. But China instead believes that the US is simply trying to build up its nuclear warfighting capability and to, deliberately lower the threshold of nuclear use. So that interpretation of American policy is, I'm afraid, going to lead to even more destabilizing nuclear development in countries like China. And a third example, which is not nuclear related, but it's also part of the WMD picture, which is for many Chinese experts and policy people, they simply don't believe that the Syrian government ever used nuclear chemical weapons. In last few years, and they have real questions about the investigation conducted by the OPCW, Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. So these examples basically show that due to the increasingly challenging, the growing challenge for policy communities to talk, to simply interact with each other, they can develop really divergent understandings even on factual issues. And that will certainly lead to divergent policy perspective in the long run. So from my perspective, the decoupling of nuclear policy communities in different countries presents the greatest long-term threat to the stability of the nuclear and non-proliferation regime in the future. And secondly, if you look at some of the domestic policy environment, there are also some troubling trends. In many cases, the domestic environment becomes more nationalistic, and due to lack of international interaction, domestic policy people, they increasingly talk with each other in an echo chamber. They repeat each other's perspectives, and it's hard to conduct self-reflection on one's own viewpoints and policies. And in many big powers, there is a growing trend that people have increasingly cynical view about the nature of international relations. In the case of US, the peace through strength doctrine reflects the belief that what really matters for international peace is for oneself to develop superior material power than others. And this is also shared by countries like China, who also believe that power politics is the nature of international relations. China has to be powerful in its material capability in order to be treated equally and fairly by other international players. So that sentiment, that interpretation of the nature of international relations is driving the major powers to enhance their nuclear capabilities rather than to cooperate on arms control. In the case of China, a prominent newspaper editor, Hu Xijin, has proposed China to build at least 1,000 nuclear weapons in the future, including at least 100 DF-41, China's most advanced intercontinental ballistic missiles with MIRVing capability, meaning that one missile can be armed with multiple warheads. And that view is very popular among the general public. And this sentiment is widely shared within the Chinese policy community and also the general public that In many cases, material capability, military power, and even including nuclear power could provide China with international respect. It is the hard power that wins China international respect and national prestige. Even Chinese top leaders like President Xi Jinping has increasingly talked about Chinese nuclear weapons as a key pillar of the country's great power status. It's true that previous Chinese paramount leaders also talked about nuclear weapons as a source of China's international status, but I think in recent years, that statement is being made increasingly in an increasingly high-profile manner. The U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency had a recent assessment that China's nuclear arsenal might double within the next 10 years. We certainly don't know whether that will materialize or not. But if you look at the Chinese domestic environment, now with the development of nuclear triad, meaning air-based, sea-based, and land-based nuclear weapons, all the major Chinese military branches, the land force, the rocket force, the air force, the navy, they all have a piece in the nuclear pie, which means they all have a bureaucratic interest to expand their own nuclear business. So in looking to the future, maybe this bureaucratic interest would also motivate China to continue investing in its nuclear capability. Well, some people argue, is China, well, do we really see an arms race taking place among the major powers? I think we can simply look at the Chinese national budget for next year for a simple answer. So for next year, the overall central government budget for China is going to decrease for the first time in many years. And the central government's budget for diplomacy is going to be cut by more than 11%. And the budget for education is going to be cut by more than 7%. The budget for science and technology will see a reduction by more than 9%. The central government budget for general public hospitals will be cut by more than 40% during a pandemic. But however, in contrast, the central government budget for defense will increase by 6.6%. So if you look at the numbers, I think it's hard to say that there is no arms race taking place. Clearly, countries, and in this case China, are investing more compared with other areas in their military capabilities. And the problem is the major powers, especially US and China, they all have high confidence that they all believe they could outcompete the other in the long run. And in countries like China, we have very deep skepticism of arms control as a concept. We don't think weak parties can negotiate a fair arms control deal. There's lack of expertise on arms control. China's last participation in nuclear arms control negotiation was in 1996 in the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which has been almost 25 years since. And in China's compartmentalized bureaucratic system, people don't really know what China's nuclear capability really is. So it's hard to have general arms control experts who know all the aspects of nuclear arms control in order to propose arms control options to Chinese political leaders. A major problem is the major powers are emphasizing the obstacles for conducting arms control cooperation. One of the obstacles raised by China is the capability asymmetry between US and China. US has more than 3,000 active active nuclear weapons, but China, according to open source research, has only a little more than 300. So China is basically saying, due to this big asymmetry, there's no way for China to join arms control at this time. But if you look at the different capabilities, even though US has superior nuclear strategic capability. Actually, China has superior theater range nuclear forces that are viewed as very concerning by US allies. So they both have areas that they have advantage in. So if countries can be real creative, they can come up with ways to address this capability asymmetry problem. One option, for example, is to combine the New START Treaty with the INF Treaty and to set a central ceiling for both strategic nuclear weapons and theater range missiles, which can address both Chinese and American security concerns. And another issue is there is lack of interest in addressing mutual concerns in arms control negotiations. China is very reluctant to come to the negotiating table because it feels that US is unwilling to address Chinese concerns, and the top Chinese concern is American missile defense. So that has been a major obstacle for arms control cooperation. And due to the increasing willingness in the major powers to compete militarily, they, I'm afraid, are paying not enough attention to how their new military capabilities might introduce new risks of crisis instability. China, for example, is massively building dual-capable theater-range missiles like DF-26 without a sufficient awareness how such dual-capable missiles might introduce risks of misunderstanding during crisis and therefore might increase the risk of inadvertent escalation during a conventional conflict. And China is also emphasizing the importance of fighting spirit for the soldiers on the front line and to encourage soldiers to stand up against perceived external aggression and to defend their national interests. So this fighting spirit, adopted by frontline soldiers could also contribute to even greater crisis escalation risks if some military incidents happen in this region. My last slide is about the impact of great power competition on North Korea's nuclear status. I will go through it very quickly and aware of the time limit. So on North Korea, China clearly shares the goal of promoting denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. But over time, I think many Chinese experts start to become disillusioned about whether denuclearization is achievable. So China is coming to an important juncture to decide whether to push for complete denuclearization of North Korea or to accept a de facto nuclear North Korea in the long run. And at the same time as the growing geopolitical competition between the major powers intensifies, China believes that the other major powers are becoming more tolerant of their own allies and friends' proliferation activities. The most recent example is the new missile agreement between South Korea and the US, which allows South Korea to develop a solid fuel missiles in the future. So China believes that the other major powers, in this case the United States, are also relaxing their non-proliferation standards. And so why should China stick to strict non-proliferation principles? So those contribute to the possibility that there will be less Chinese effort or interest in promoting complete denuclearization of North Korea. So I think for the near term, it's really urgent that countries, major powers, including China, to push for a joint roadmap of denuclearization, which can help put pressure on North Korea to review its to review its intention and to clarify what North Korea wants in terms of economic and security benefits in return for denuclearization. And also, this could help remind the major powers of their original objective of achieving complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And if they still believe that it is in their long-term interest to push for this goal, then they should really think about concrete measures to contain and limit the further development of nuclear capability of North Korea, and to come up with a long-term roadmap to achieve that in a phased, step-by-step manner. So with that, I will stop and welcome any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tong Chao, for presenting very comprehensive overview of Chinese perspectives on global, regional, and even Korean Peninsula-specific non-proliferation challenges. So much. Last but not least, my friend, close friend, Ambassador Dong-Ik Shin. He will give Korean perspectives, and also I think he will wrap up the discussion. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Undersecretary Kim Won-soo and Professor Im Man-sung, which give this opportunity to share my thought about the global nuclear non-proliferation. And as previous the speakers, presenter made comment on their own perspective, Chinese and Japanese and US. So I rather focus on South Korea's perspective on global nuclear non-proliferation, and more interestingly, because this is the forum of young students who like to learn more non-proliferation issue. So how South Korean government is making contribution for the youth and education project. That is quite something new, but in this session I'd like to share with you. Before starting, I know Francesca, she mentioned about our long ties in Vienna, and I know the Professor Nobu Akiyama and Tong Chao. When I was in IFANS, in the Research and Foreign Policy Affairs Institute, in the Foreign Ministry, we met several times. And Francesca, I know how difficult you are, how sleepy you are, about 3 or 4 p.m. I'm sorry, a.m. You know, whenever I was in New York or Vienna, so North Korea's nuclear testing make a lot of people in a very, very hardship time, because they like this time before noon. Always 6 times North Korean nuclear test occurred, happened before noon. That means it is around this time that Francesca is staying about 4 o'clock in the morning now. And United States is very late night. It's about 9 or 10 at night time. So North Korea enjoy the timing. So all over the world, wake up. This is time to do something. So in Vienna, when we heard that news, North Korean test nuclear weapons, Dr. Zerbo, the Secretary General of the CTBTO, first he tweet the fact itself, and starting the monitoring and the analyzing team, they collect all information from about 200 the monitoring the central mechanism system. And then 12 o'clock, around noon, that is the emergency meeting among the state parties of CTBT, and discuss about the impact and the result of testing. So CTBT is only authoritative and very legitimate international organization who can give correct and precise analysis information about nuclear testing. So I value that CTBTO But unfortunately, as Francesca mentioned, eight countries not yet ratified or signed the CTBT. The countries belong to Annex 2 group. They should ratify to make the CTBT treaty enter into force. So that's why we are working hard. So last year, Francesca, she was here together with the Undersecretary General Kim Won-soo to hold that youth forum at Yonsei University. So it's already 1 year past. So with that comment, I like to focus South Korea's perspective here. Just before forgetting, convey my wishes and greetings to Dr. Gerber. I'm still working in the same field, that non-proliferation and nuclear security in here, that the Kainak Institute. Continuation. As a practitioner, I was not an academician, so I like to give more practical thought about how the South Korean government now view and think about the general nuclear non-proliferation regime, particularly NPT regime. 50 years anniversary is coming past, but unfortunately the REV conference will be held only next year, as Professor Miller, she already explained. South Korea as a middle power in the middle, the big countries and small size countries. So we like to give our kind of reputation, make a reputation as a constructive and more positive player. So I like to stress some more positive side. That history have some cycle and make a repetition. So up and downs, that's a natural phenomena of international the politics and the trend. I believe we have more positive side of this NPT regime. Even though it entered into force in 1970, there's a long time negotiation between haves and have-nots. So after Cuban Missile Crisis, there's a long process. But President J.F. Kennedy, he really serious concern after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the nuclear bombing. So whether there'll be another nuclear war, that's a third world war. So he personally, when he was in the presidential campaign, in the platform, the foreign policy and nuclear policy, JFK, he predict in worst case scenario, the number of the nuclear weapon countries can increase by 20. But now 5 plus 3 plus 1. So Dr. Tong Chao mentioned about how we can categorize North Korea, whether a nuclear weapon country or not. But one Chinese scholar said, politically no, but technically yes. That's in the middle. But legally, NPT regime do not recognize North Korea as a nuclear weapon state. That means around 9 countries is far less than President Kennedy's his concern and worried prediction 20. And more importantly, early 1990, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Ukraine gave up nuclear weapons. They scrapped and joined NPT. But Libya is a different case. Anyway, they just gave up and stopped their nuclear weapon programs. The direct negotiation between UK and United States. And then IAEA deeply involved in that process of the removing the nuclear weapon programs. And NPT REV conference, they agreed, decide indefinite extension, the treaty in 1995. And 5 years later, they agreed 13 practical steps for nuclear disarmament. And Secretary Ban Ki-moon, 2005, as already Professor Miller explained whole detail, chronology about the nuclear NPT review conference. 2005, they failed to agree anything because of the Bush administration's, the John Bolton's neocon, they don't agree anything. Who prohibit and who prevent the United States will use any free exercise of the WMD to deter terrorist attack. But 2008, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, he proposed 5-point basic elements on nuclear disarmament. And it is just before the 2010 NPT Rev conference. In 2010, successfully, they produced, agreed 64-point action plan, 64. So 13 practical steps, 2000, 2010, 64-point action plan. Of course, later, United States not happy about this very binding agreement promise. And 2015, mentioned many times, so Francesca and others, the JCPOA, Iranian nuclear deal, was successfully signed. This is example how the multilateral negotiation can reach the fixed agreement to contain and eventually reduce the activities of Iranian nuclear the program. But later it failed to continue to observe by the United States of this agreement. And I was in Vienna and working for the CTBTO and IAEA. CTBTO, I was chair for the PRECOM, Preparatory Committee, until the CTBTO will be fully enter into force. So this is tentative organization, CTBTO. IAEA, their strengths in the safeguards system, that's verification, the system for the additional protocol. It's a very transparent, and in some sense, it's a more intrusive inspection mechanism. So that's why Francesca mentioned, and also Professor Miller mentioned, it's Western, advanced countries, one group, and the other is non-aligned, developing countries. They don't like to accept any infringement, violation of the sovereignty, because additional protocol IAEA has very strong, very forceful mechanism, the inspection mechanism. CTBTO, there are more than 200 stations to monitor and detect any suspicious explosion in all over the world. So detection capability is increased far more than before, but as she mentioned, the budgetary constraint could make some obstacles. But negative side, I like just to look through briefly. North Korea is only country in 21st century who conduct nuclear test. Before North Korea, only Pakistan, India, they tested 1998, just 2 years before 21st century, 6 times. So, and then they withdrew from the NPT twice. So, first time, 1993, when IAEA trying to make some special inspection on very suspicious site and materials, but 10 years, and then USDPRK, they agreed that Geneva agreed the framework, so that kind of freezing status continued 2003. Officially, they announced they withdrew from the NPT 2003, but still in NPT state parties, they believe North Korea is in the middle. They're still in the treaty mechanism and already went out. So one chairman, Hungarian chairman, as 1993, he just to make some very specific, special proposal. So North Korea, nobody wants. North Korea is outside NPT. So just to place that nameplate in the shell. So whenever North Korea changed mind, North Korea, we just recognize as a full member state party. That is MOLA. MOLA is the Hungarian ambassador's name, chair name. So MOLA formula still in the state parties is effective. U.S. withdrawal, 2018, because President Trump doesn't believe the effectiveness and utility, and it was a mistake, he said, and he withdrew. So Iran's response to resume that enrichment activities 1 year later. From May 2019, they're increasing that the percentage of the enrichment above 4.5. There's a possibility because of JCPOA agreement and UN Security Council Resolution 2231, if Iranian side doesn't respect that agreement, that snapback, that reimposition of sanction against Iran can be possible. So nobody knows what will happen, whether so that the JCPOA can be revived, or so Iranians will be under even Security Council sanction. And most conspicuous and troubling the point in the NPT Review Conference is Middle East WMD free zone. So already mentioned many times, the Middle East countries, they want that region, Middle East WMD free zone, particularly targeting Israel. But they couldn't agree that the final outcome document text. And nuclear disarmament, not much progress in accordance with NPT Article 6. NPT Article 6, if you read that the nuclear weapon states and all the state parties just undertake. So I'm not English speaker, so what does mean to undertake? Not make any official commitment or promise, agree, but undertake. So there's some kinds of leverage which can be given to the nuclear weapon countries. So U.S.-Russian nuclear arms deal is almost withdrawn or abrogated. The vertical proliferation, as Undersecretary General mentioned, low-yield nuclear testing, and Francesca worried about the possible scenario. And CTBTO, not in fact, 8 countries are now still outside. And USDPRK, so tomorrow we will discuss in detail. But Hanoi summit, as Professor Sagan, he mentioned the Hanoi summit after that. We believe it is the most difficult part is verification. So United States wants the CVID or change the name. The phrase is FFVD, final, fully verified denuclearization. But main essence is verification. How to verify North Korea's commitment for denuclearization. In return, the United States as well as the United Nations can lift sanction. This is a formula of JCPOA. It's a multilateral agreement. After IAEA confirmed there is no non-compliance or no violation by Iran to absorb JCPOA, they lift sanction based on the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. So it's a pity we like to learn and we like to apply this case of the deal, make a deal, the sanction versus the verification. So both reasons by United States and North Korea, they don't like to learn the case. South Korea, I'm sorry. So we are very firm, so positive, constructive player in international society in many areas, but particularly on nuclear non-proliferation, denuclearization, nuclear-free Korean Peninsula. So regardless North Korea's continued provocation and nuclear testing, we stick to the Korean Peninsula denuclearization policy. So because this is the kind of the case and example how the global regime and international society will stop and track that proliferation of nuclear weapons. So the Korean Peninsula is kind of the litmus case. South Korea stick to the denuclearization. In the long run, some scholars now like to see that nuclear-free zone in Northeast Asia. And NPT, we strongly support, advocate relevant UN resolution, particularly North Korea. It clearly mentioned DPRK cannot have the status of nuclear weapon state in accordance with NPT in any case. And my president, Moon Jae-in, and our government strongly support and its consistent policy is to be resolved by peaceful and diplomatic means. And we are observing previous agreements with North Korea or among the 6 party members, the September 19 agreement or 1991 joint declaration of denuclearization of Korean Peninsula. So we like to be very faithful and we respect all the agreement, but unfortunately North Korea's continued nuclear threat and violation makes it difficult to sign TPNW, Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Just like, the conventional disarmament agreements, Ottawa Treaty or Oslo Convention. Ottawa Treaty is the anti-personnel landmines. And between North and South Korea is a long line of the mine areas, about 2 million mines in both sides. So that's only deterrent, North Korea's invasion. Oslo Convention is focusing on cluster munition. So we support nuclear disarmament, but it needs to be implemented in a gradual, realistic way in certain situations on the Korean Peninsula and reflecting current war situation on nuclear. And nuclear umbrella, extended nuclear deterrence is a very important point. How South Korea cannot. We will not be the nuclear weapon state. So without nuclear deterrence, we cannot defend our country from North Korea. But in the meantime, we are actively participate in nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation meetings, the Fissile Material Cut-off Treaty, IPNDV, it's International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification, and more recently CEND, it's creating environment for nuclear disarmament. We are now chairing with the United States Working Group 2 in the area of non-proliferation. Peaceful use of nuclear energy. So this area, DADO, KAIST, and KERI, KAINA, so peaceful use, this is a site where our nuclear energy industry was born in 1970s. And we are the number 6, South Korea is number 6 nuclear energy producing countries. And as Secretary General Ban mentioned, to achieve the UN SDG as well as climate change, the Paris Convention to reduce the CO2 is clean and safe nuclear energy is very, very important, fundamental. The last point, this is our own effort to South Korea. The last year, the General Assembly, UN General Assembly, so Republic of Korea, South Korea initiate that resolution on youth, disarmament, and non-proliferation that encourage and promote the inclusive participation and empowerment of youth on disarmament and non-proliferation issues. So NAREC, so you are the member of the students, so now studying and working under the NAREC program. This is right, exactly example of that. The resolution is aiming to visualize the investment and educate for future generation. So youth and education to prevent another nuclear war or the further proliferation of nuclear weapons. Young generation, so ownership of the young generation to make next generation future will be brighter. So 84 countries co-sponsored this resolution and adopted finally by consensus. The first committee in November and whole General Assembly in December. And CTBTO, that's why Francesca was here. It was late May, if I'm not mistaken. So CTBTO Youth Forum, this is same pattern of the resolution, already initiated by the CTBTO to promote awareness and significance of nuclear test ban and all of the CTBTO. So Under Secretary General Kim Won-soo is the member of the eminent persons group of the CTBTO to promote this youth forum. And that you can see the photo, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and right is the former Austrian President Fischer, and Director General of CTBTO, Dr. Jerbo, and Under Secretary General Kim Won-soo. And the third row from the front line, there's a Professor Im Man-sung is smiling in that corner, wearing glass. So this is some students who attended together to attend CTBTO. And to promote the participation and awareness of young students on the NPT. So while we are now in the kind of the social distancing period, but the Korean young students attended that MOOC Youth Forum. It's kind of an NPT Youth Forum. It started from January, but unfortunately that outbreak of the COVID-19, it was postponed. And the the forum was held July 10th, students wear all the masks, and they represent about 35 countries. And 90 students, they exchanged view. There was a congratulatory message from SG Ban and Director General of IAEA, and also the High Representative of Disarmament and United Nations. So this is the efforts made by the South Korean government, how to link young generation and the current very heated issues like U.S., China, and U.S. And others, and I don't know, the China and Japan. This is a regional but very important arms control issue to cut that decoupling issue and new Cold War phenomena. So final point, the impact of COVID-19. So to the nuclear, possibly that's a nuclear non-proliferation. As Secretary Ban already mentioned, it's a connected world. Dr. Kissinger, the Bill Gates, they stressed the international cooperation and the connected world. There's no world society, no closed, no protection. We need cooperate in many areas. So COVID-19, possibly we hope the international cooperation will be made in relevant areas. Before the 2021, actually 2020 in NPT Rev conference, but it'll be held early 21, could make some positive impact. Bill Gates mentioned this COVID-19, we don't have to say necessarily a great disaster. It can be a chance opportunity. So he named it a different way, is great corrector. Correct many things. Still, we did make a lot of mistake, so we can correct something wrong. Practically and realistically, in between now and next the NPT Rev conference, there's some elections, particularly U.S. election, president election in November, and the utility. So Dr. Miller, he said the nuclear weapon programs, that is some utility, usability, and the last part is cost. Now, North Korea, we believe they're suffering economically, so cost, and they are also affected by the COVID-19. So hopefully, North Korea leadership can make some different strategic decision for their own, the people and their life. So as NPT regime, so over 5 years, every 5 years we have a conference, but ups and down and cycle. So we don't know yet. We already hit the bottom, but I'm quite confident there'll be some change in the future or in the near future. So take positive side. So that's a good way, the positive way of thinking to resolve some in the negotiation with many issues. I'm sorry, Francesca, please convey to my friends in Vienna, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Shin, for completing our discussion by having made a full circle, starting from Professor Miller about NPT, and now we closed with the overview about the NPT. And also, I want to pick up his last point for our discussion, U.S. election. And from our discussion, I think many things are at stake, but 3 things stand out as having maybe most important implications. The outcome or lack of outcome of the NPT next year. Secondly, how U.S. and China will engage or will not engage in arms control. And third, Korean Peninsula, North Korean nuclear challenges. So now that I have 2 distinguished American thinkers we attend, and I think the outcome of the U.S. election, as Ambassador Shin just mentioned, will be critical to these 3 questions. And I want to know whether Professor Miller will talk about in case former Vice President Biden wins, and Scott may talk about in case Trump is re-elected, or we can switch around. So if it is okay, I want to hear from Professor Miller about what you think if Vice President Biden is elected in the coming election, how will it impact 3 questions: 2020 NPT outcome, U.S.-China, and North Korea nuclear issues. Floor is yours.
Well, President Trump has been quite unorthodox in his approach to a number of issues, whether it's his assaults on NATO, his rejections of international organizations, his general distaste for international agreements, including, of course, the JCPOA, but many others, the TPP, the NAFTA, etc. He's had quite complex relations with both China and Russia, where there's actually been almost a difference between him and his own administration, especially on the Russian side. There has been, to some extent, a contrast between Trump's personal relationship with some of these leaders, and even with Xi Jinping, he has professed a quite positive personal relationship. And on the other hand, very difficult relations at times with China. And I say all that by way of preface to getting to your question about former Vice President Biden. Biden is a much more orthodox Washington figure. He's been in high office for years and years. He was a key player as vice president in the Obama administration. And whereas Trump's orthodoxy included rejecting much of the traditional foreign policy expertise within the Republican Party, because many of those people had opposed Trump during the Republican nominating campaign in 2016. I think Biden will come back into office and he will bring with him basically a community of what you might call Obama refugees, people who spent much of the Obama administration serving in high office. So I think you see a foreshadowing of what Biden will be like by looking back at the Obama administration. And I think he will try to restore a lot of the more traditional American foreign policy instincts, particularly vis-a-vis allies, and particularly vis-a-vis arms control and international institutions. And there will still be, I think, some challenging issues because the consensus in Washington across the political spectrum, Democrat and Republican, has become very hawkish toward Russia. And I don't think that's going to change. In this sense, Trump was an outsider. And even people like Pompeo and Mattis and others were much more anti-Russian than Trump himself was. On the other hand, I think Biden and his team will be interested in traditional kinds of dialogue and arms control discussions with the Russians, because there is a school of thought that basically says it's precisely when relations are difficult that these kinds of dialogues are most important. Similarly, I think if Biden comes back in, he may well actually be more difficult on China with respect to human rights issues, with respect to the Uyghurs, with respect to Tibet, with respect to the intervention against India. Trump has cut them a lot of slack on some of these issues because he was so keen on privileging the trade deal. On the other hand, I think Biden will want to undo the trade war. The trade war is a particular personal pet project of Trump, and I don't think that's widely shared, that instinct, even in the Republican Party, but it's definitely not shared by Biden and his team, so there'd be some effort to repair that. I'd say as a footnote to all of that, that there is a growing speculation in Washington and in the media that follows foreign policy issues and among some of the expert community, that Trump's team, which as I tried to imply is somewhat eccentric because he's drawn not out of the traditional Republican foreign policy crowd, senses that he's likely to lose, and they are now in the business of trying to make as much of their initiatives irreversible as possible. By particularly pressing hard on Iran, by trying to really push on Germany about NATO defense spending and so on. There are a variety of issues. So if you can destroy the JCPOA, to take just one example, before Biden is elected, there's nothing left for Biden to rejoin. If Chris Ford and Marshall Billingsley, the two senior arms control officials in the Trump administration, both of whom hate arms control, can destroy New START, it will be gone before Biden has a chance to extend it, because he'll have a narrow window of just a week or two after he becomes elected before the treaty expires. So that, one sort of large question is how much irreversible damage can the Trump administration do, and maybe how much has it already done, because one can certainly understand if allies, both in Asia and Europe, look differently at the United States when they come to understand that 50 or 60 million people support the kind of policies that Donald Trump was advancing. How do you have the same confidence in the American commitment and guarantee when you understand that this country has these other instincts which are very, very different? So maybe some irreversible damage has already been done. And then finally on North Korea, this is another area where Trump has been eccentric in the sense that he's fallen in love with Kim Jong-un, whereas on the other hand, he's quite nasty about South Korea. And it may well be that Biden would reverse those instincts. The center of gravity of the Washington foreign policy community, and I would say that this extends well into the traditional Republican community, regards our allies as not only friends, but as tremendous assets, as force multipliers for American power, as reservoirs of extra capability in certain kinds of scenarios. And so burden sharing is a perennial issue in alliance relations, but I don't think we're going to see this incessant pounding on the allies to do more and threats to wreck the relationship and so on. All of that, I think, will go away if and when Biden is elected. On the other hand, the love affair between Trump and Kim will disappear. Now, that hasn't really led to any tangible progress, so most likely that's not a great loss. But my guess is that Washington will revert to some of its more traditional norms and instincts vis-a-vis North Korea. Before Trump, it was unthinkable to meet with Kim or with any North Korean leader under anything like current conditions. It was unthinkable to engage in a summit that had not been massively prepared and with outcomes organized in advance. It was unthinkable to agree to these kinds of arrangements without deep and intensive consultation with Seoul and with our other Asian allies. All of these norms that Trump broke, just wandering off into these summits because he loved basically photo opportunities and media spectacles, that I think will disappear. And the question will be whether Trump has shattered these norms sufficiently that Biden actually has a little more elbow room to operate. Because I think what he could bring in is a team of people who would do the preparation, do the hard work, spend the months and months necessary to lay the groundwork for actual tangible progress. It might well be also that they would be prepared if some diplomacy with North Korea remains possible in the new administration, it's possible that they would be prepared to aim for more realistic goals. You know, small constructive steps that are actually feasible might be more worthwhile in the short term than sitting on very idealistic maximalist goals that are utterly infeasible and that really don't get us anywhere. So that's how I kind of see it playing out. But I'll hand it over to Scott, who can give you the intimate zeitgeist of Donald Trump's brain.
Thank you, Professor Miller, for sharing your insights. Now, Scott.
Well, Steve has, I think, characteristically been extremely thorough, but I thought he was excessively diplomatic in the beginning by saying that Donald Trump's approach has been unorthodox. It has been radically unorthodox. And it has been a sign of an individual, in my judgment, who makes decisions out of instinct rather than out of calculation and preparation. If you read the press of the first briefings that President Trump was given on nuclear weapons by Secretary Mattis and the Joint Chiefs and Rex Tillerson in the tank, this is when Mattis presented what we often do at the NPT review conference. Here's where we used to be during the Cold War, and let's look at how much reductions we've had and how we've done it in a mutually verifiable way. And President Trump went ballistic and began to argue that this is a sign of weakness. Why can't we build up our nuclear weapons, get more? We used to have so many more. And this is what caused Rex Tillerson reportedly, after Trump left, to call him an F moron, which did not help Rex Tillerson's reputation. Although there are many other people in Washington now who have said similar things, and we'll see what happens to them over time. Biden is a very different, much more cautious, much more professional individual who understands the ideas about arms control, about why this would be in mutual interest rather than arms races. And I would just say two other big things about Biden. One is that although no American administration has ever come out entirely in favor of no first use, Biden came as close as I think any official ever has in January 2017 when saying that the Obama administration, just prior to handing over the reins of government to the Trump administration, sees no reasonable scenario in which it would be in the United States' interest ever to use nuclear weapons first. I thought that was an important development, and it was one that was made only in the waning days of the administration, but you'd see, I think, Biden moving back towards that. And then lastly, I think that Biden has a very different view about the laws of armed conflict and how they can constrain American decision makers. This is where, again, Donald Trump is radically unorthodox. He called during the campaign for threatening terrorists' families. That's how you're going to get terrorists to listen. He called for to use forces much stronger than waterboarding. He called in the Iran recent threats for attacks on cultural property. He pardoned, convicted, and accused war criminals in the U.S. military against the advice of the U.S. military. And he threatened the total obliteration of North Korea. He didn't threaten that we would take out the Kim regime. He talked about, I'm going to have to totally obliterate, totally destroy North Korea. I think that kind of abusive and deliberately provocative messaging that is against the laws of armed conflict would not take place in the Biden administration. And I think that's all for the better.
Thank you, Scott, for, again, adding your insights in case Vice President is elected to defeat President Trump. Thank you so much for your answers. And now I want to open up the questions maybe to the students, to the fellows. Anyone who wants to ask questions from the floor? If not, I'd like to pose a question. There's a question? Okay. Please identify yourself. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Yuna Choi. I'm a PhD student at Korea University. First of all, thank you for your wonderful presentations. I really enjoyed listening to your voices. My question goes to Dr. Giovannini and Professor Scott Sagan. As for the normative constraints to acquire nuclear weapons, the U.S. has played a critical role to promote the international norm of nuclear non-proliferation. However, the U.S. keeps building its nuclear capabilities, and as Francisca pointed out, there were talks of resuming nuclear testing in the U.S. So I think those U.S. behaviors really conflict with its belief in the norm or position of supporting nuclear non-proliferation. So it seems quite puzzling to me. So I would like to hear your thoughts. Yeah, thank you.
Francesca?
Well, thank you. So in terms of I can only speak for really the norm on nuclear testing, and I know that Scott has done a lot of work, quantitative work on measuring the commitment of the U.S. to non-nuclear use and polls about citizens' views about the use of nuclear weapons. So he can definitely speak more than me about these issues. But on the nuclear test norm, I think we should also not romanticize the issue. So the relationship between the U.S. and this ban on nuclear testing has always been a controversial and a conflictual one. And it didn't start with President Trump. You know, if you think about, the very first time that actually the treaty fundamentally failed to pass was under President Clinton. The Senate has always had in the U.S., both, I would say, moderate Democrats and Republicans, some concerns about the actual accuracy and credibility of the CTBTO international monitoring system. The doubts about whether it is possible to verify globally the actual ban on nuclear testing has always been there. So the US has always been rather skeptical about it. Now, I want to point out, however, that at least with international organizations, the behavior of states is actually much more complicated than just being pro or against the norm. And I want to give you an example. The United States is our biggest donor, single donor. He pays 22% of the budget of CTBTO. Fundamentally, the United States, together with a few other countries, support and maintain the functioning of the international monitoring system. Because the US fundamentally recognized that right now, international monitoring capabilities complement strategically national capabilities. So you might argue that politically, in fact, it is argued very bluntly by the Trump administration and already before a little bit by the Bush administration, that politically, they do not support the treaty. But the technical means, they consider quite strategic for the national security. So the way in which the US plays with international organization is actually way more nuanced. I don't consider personally the US hypocritical in the way in which it relates to CTBTO up now. The statement about resuming nuclear testing is, however, problematic because, as you know, even if the United States has not ratified the CTBT, there is a treaty, the Vienna Treaty, and Ambassador Shin knows this way better than me, that says that even just by signing a treaty, states commit to maintain a behavior that does not contradict, in principle, the treaty they have signed. So thinking about now resuming nuclear testing, of course, directly contradicts the principle of the CTBT and the standing of signatory that the United States has. But again, I feel like the US needs to be treated, at least in the way in which and this is something I've learned actually by working with CTBTO, there is a big difference between what the US states publicly and what the US actually do through international organizations. And I would say the behavior of the US within international organizations is way more pragmatic than the rhetoric that you hear outside.
Thank you, Francesca. And I want to ask one also final question to Professor Tong Chao, Professor Akiyama, and Ambassador Shin. Because when I combine Professor Akiyama's point about the need for US-China engagement for arms control with the reminder from Professor Tong Chao about the stark reality, decoupling of not only of US at governmental level of US-China relationship, but also even policy community levels. And we have to break this, and I think we have to find a way to re-engage US-China, not only at the governmental level, but also at academic and also at the private level. And I want to hear maybe your practical suggestion, how we can contribute to break that logjam we have at the moment between US and China about proliferation and security dialogue. So first start with Professor Akiyama, and then Tong Chao and Ambassador Shin.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a very important question for this community, in particular the academicians and the practitioners. I think now United States and China, between two countries, there are several tracks through which the experts are communicating each other and discussing strategic issues. But the problem is probably the key policymakers on both sides are not willing to engage. And so probably at this moment, what we can do is to encourage, track 1 dialogue, but if it's impossible, then track 1.5. And then also, as I suggested, since the new strategic environment requires the consideration how conventional capabilities, including the missile defense, are sort of incorporated into the calculation of strategic stability. I think Japan and South Korea should play some roles to establish the dialogue on strategic issues in East Asia, involving China, United States, ROK, Japan, and possibly Russia, so that we have better understanding of what the strategic stability means to the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Akiyama. Professor Tong Chao.
Thank you so much for the question. I think the first mission is for the relevant parties to recognize the problem, which I don't think has happened. In the case of China, I don't think there is any appreciation of the fact that Chinese experts are absorbing different information from their counterparts, and therefore that's a major source of their divergent policy perspectives. There's no appreciation of how the lack of frequent and effective communication with their foreign counterparts are making misperceptions much more likely to develop. With some appreciation of the problem, I think certainly we should try to restore previous dialogues. All the major nuclear dialogues in the case of US and China have been cut due to recent political troubles. So first we need to restore previous ones, and hopefully if policymakers recognize the importance to expand beyond previous existing dialogues, and as a long-term measure, I think somehow the nuclear policy communities have to find a way to keep in touch with each other on a regular and daily basis, to jointly assess new development, to debate about the ambiguities of each other's policies, to clarify misunderstandings. Those conversations need to happen on a daily basis in order to mitigate the risk of misunderstandings. And if Twitter cannot work, we may need to set up something else that all participants can easily access. Even as simple as an email list service or some online blog forum could be a starting point. But in either case, we need to keep frequent discussions and to involve as many participants as possible from diverse backgrounds, not only the university professors, but also defense, people working in the nuclear labs, people working in the military. It should be an open platform that anyone that contributes to the nuclear debate can participate in their individual capacity. And of course, all conversations should take place at the unclassified level using open source information. And a near-term measure to increase the effectiveness of dialogues and discussions is to discuss concrete issues. Right? Too often, dialogues are too generic and abstract and superficial to even scratch the surface of this perception gap. So we need discussions on concrete issues. If we want to, for example, promote U.S. and China arms control cooperation, we should offer some concrete arms control options for them to have a discussion. Have them debate on the merits and the problems of the specific option, and that back and forth discussion in itself can help clarify their thinking and can work as a confidence building measure. Avoid abstract, generic discussions. And lastly, I think as Nobu mentioned, we certainly need to engage other regional players as well, because the nuclear issue is not only limited to the major powers. One top demand for China to join arms control is for the United States to endorse no first use policy. But the U.S. reluctance to embrace no first use is very much related to allies' concerns about Chinese regional security and military postures, and that includes concerns from Japan and South Korea. So there is certainly a room for a joint discussion on how China can better address security concerns of Japan in return for U.S. to be more open to adopting no first use. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tong Chao. Ambassador Dong Ik-shin.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because the time is 1 o'clock without lunch. So, yeah, I agree with both the professors and doctors. So the re-engagement and dialogue I think is the best option. I'm teaching international negotiation at the college, so there'll be no zero-sum game. So this needs to be the win-win negotiation between U.S. and China particularly. So there'll be no winner, so losing by both sides. And in between U.S. and China, so many countries, including South Korea and Japan and Southeast Asian countries. Now, very tense military confrontation in South China Sea, Spratly Islands. So the military confrontation is not option, and trade war need be avoided, and negotiation, the bilateral or WTO multilateral setting is recommended. So otherwise, the South Korea, for example, is in sandwiched. We are now being in the corner between two sides, whether take the Belt and Road Initiative or new economic prosperity. So still we don't know what exactly that initiative is different, what is their strategic goal, the end goal. So this is not, it's very, very wasting and losing game to many players. So in the past, before Trump administration, we have the very active governmental, the point one, track 1 and track 2 and 1.5 track NEACD, and Northeast Asian Cooperation Dialogue is very, very active, touching the many soft security issues like nuclear safety issues, environmental issues, and contamination issues, and North Korean nuclear issue. So I think it'll need to be back to that kind of regional, multilateral dialogue mechanism, so we can get more support from the many players in the region. So back to the normalcy. So whether it'll be the pivot to Asia or rebalancing, but the final, the destination need to be go to a peaceful and diplomatic solution, not rather any using the physical and military confrontation. I absolutely agree with Dr. Tong as well as Professor Akiyama. So our regional dialogue should be revived. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Shin Dong-ik, and thank you all for joining us today. And we have covered a lot of grounds today, and all of us know we cannot solve all these problems because challenges are too many and complex. But I think today we have made a great beginning of our conference to follow for next 2 days. And also, I think we have reached at least consensus among ourselves about 2 things. When we have so many challenges, we have to get back to the basics. And also, secondly, we have to talk to each other. And even when we have problems, we don't trust each other. Unless we talk, we cannot solve the problems. So those 2 things in mind, I hope particularly next generation like you who join us today offline, in person, have a lot of things to do. And we have to talk at all levels, and also we have to engage people, real people, not only political leaders, but also practitioners, but also real people at the grassroots level. And finally, I cannot conclude our session by thanking again Professor Stephen Miller and Scott Sagan, who joined us and stayed very late night in the US, and Francesca staying, I think, all night long. And now I can see the light coming from your window.
Good morning.
So thank you so much all for joining us today, and I hope we can meet soon in person in continuation of our dialogue. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
있습니다.